Hello everyone and welcome back to the Polytopia World Championship qualifiers. We have two tribes with two champions and a third will be crowned today. Maybe they'll even go all the way to the grand finals in Stockholm, but as always I am getting ahead of myself. Welcome, my name is Laith. I am joined as always by, well, today looking like the enigmatic poly strategist. Darren, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Very excited for today's game. VENGIR is going to be an interesting tribe. It is one of the more challenging tribes in the current meta, so this is going to be a very fun watch, a fun game to analyze and break down.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. In fact, should we you want to just dive straight into the tournament format? Let's go straight for it. Please take us through it.
Well, we're starting with yeah, great question. So once a week, we're every single tribe is currently competing to be the #1, right? So every player out there wants to become the final champion of that specific tribe. So we're going to be going from Bardur to VENGIR to Yadak. We've already been through Kickoo and Yadak so far. Today we have VENGIR. Now the goal is, of course, to come at #1 to have a chance at being 1 out of 12 that are going to compete in the finals. And then obviously we have the finals, which you've been at before.
I mean, I've been at, you've been at, I was there as a host, you were there as a customer, so we've got all the perspectives. But as he said, the top 8 tribes are going to fight it out, and there will be one crowned. Last year, that was, of course, King Arthur was crowned right in front of us with the Imperious tribe. So, well, I'm sure we'll see him later on in the coming weeks. But that is all to come, because we have all of the basic tribes are going to be represented one way or another. As we've said, Kickoo, done. The Yadak tribe last week with Ramding, we'll get into just a moment. However, this week we've said it's VENGIR. Now, I do want to mention that if you fancy yourself as a bit of an aficionado, the tribe qualifiers are still open. Next week we're going to have IMO, so if you're an IMO player, qualifiers are still open. Maybe it's going to be you that we're going to be commentating over next week. Maybe it's even going to be you winning the grand prize in front of a live audience in Stockholm. However, that is all to come. Today we have the much hated VENGIR tribe.
The VENGIR tribe, I have no idea why this is such a hated tribe. I think it has something to do with the lore, to be honest. But the VENGIR, really, this is a tribe that starts with the swordsman. Now, most people might think that this is a tribe that focuses on very strong early military power, but when you're playing 1v1, that is not as useful, because the swordsman is particularly useful when you're playing on a very small map with a bunch of players, and you really want to start with maybe capturing a village. However, when we're playing lakes, there is going to be a different strategy going into this. The swordsman is obviously a forcing piece, and it's valuable because it, again, changes the opponent's decision before normal economy gets online. But the interesting thing about VENGIR, everyone, is after the 2025 patch, VENGIR can now research backward from Smithery, as opposed to having to go for the mountain first. So that means that the economy is a little bit better early game. But again, it is one of the weaker tribes when it comes to early economy. So we'll see how this will pan out. Again, looking at the likes and the dislikes, their weakness is their current situation, getting therapy, and everyone else, as everyone else has in common with VENGIR, because we all know none of the tribes actually like VENGIR.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's worth having a look at what happened last week as well with the Yadak tribe. Maybe give a little bit of an insight here. So, of course, you were a watcher of this. You cheered people on. Did it go as you expected? We had Ramdingler is going to be representing the Yadak tribe going forwards. So he's going to be facing off with the winner of today of the VENGIR tribe. So did it go as you expected?
I did. I mean, listen, I am a Team Ronin player, so I'm a part of Team Ronin. We have 2 Team Ronin players so far qualified for the playoffs, for the 12 tribes. Ramdingler, I was rooting for him. McLovin is also Team Ronin, so both of these guys are now representing their tribe. Truthfully, it was a very interesting gameplay. Watching through this, Oplix, Oplix Ramdingler game specifically was, you had, I'm not sure which game it was, but the one turn where Ramdingler's economy was just through the roof. There was so much happening here. But all in all, I was very surprised and happy to see Ramdingler win that game. I'm a little bit biased, I will say that.
No, really, I couldn't tell. Well, I mean, it was a fantastic time last week. Not a single clean sweep, so maybe we'll see something similar this week with this week's bracket. We have, of course, had our qualifying quarterfinals already. We are going to have Mythic RNG versus Contagious Cookie first up, as well as Reese Harms and versus Crocs Goes to School. Well, just Crocs to School, I should say. One of these four is going to be crowned the VENGIR champion and take them potentially all the way to Stockholm. I mean, you said you knew Mythic. The others, a bit of a surprise to you.
They are, absolutely. When you're playing with thousands of players, you never know who is in what team if they've been in certain Poly Champions playoffs before, right? You have many teams in the Poly Champions Discord, which is obviously the official channel where we play competitively. Now, a lot of these names to me are going to be new. Mythic, I do know. But I do like the idea of playing with newer players because, again, similar to what I mentioned during the first week when we played the Kickoo, you never know who's going to surprise, right? Similar to what we had with last year with Bardur. Oh, what was his name again? Help me out, Leif.
Great, put me on the spot. That's fantastic. What? Who are you talking about?
Bardur from last year. Slimming Boy, there we go. Yes, Slimming Boy. So he was the underdog. No one really knew who he was. And then all of a sudden, he ends up second place in the world, which is insane. So, we'll see what happens.
It's phenomenal. And this time around, we've had Meisterlampe knocked out last week. Le Liberateur didn't even make it to the semifinals. I mean, these are names that you would know if you had watched the grand finals last year. I mean, these were ostensibly the best players. Maybe we have even better ones this time around. It's going to be something to see. I think it's going to be incredibly competitive. I think it's a better talent crop this year. That's to say nothing of course, the champions of last year. I really do think we're going to see a mix of old faces and new. And frankly, like you say, that's kind of the fun of it. Seeing different matchups, seeing something that's a little bit different. I mean, it was, I think, Oplix, was it, that knocked out the GOAT, the existing GOAT of Polytopia, and no one's ever heard from him since. So it's, anything can happen in this game, and I'm sure we'll find that out here today. So, Mythic RNG versus Contagious Cookie. You don't know anything about Contagious Cookie. Does that mean that you're thinking Mythic's going to take this one?
Well, again, you never know, right? The thing about VENGIR is VENGIR is like I mentioned, it's a challenging tribe. So whoever is going to play and win with VENGIR, first of all, they have experience with VENGIR. But when it comes to newer players, you never know what strategies they may have, right? So you have a current meta, which people typically play. Then all of a sudden, someone who is not too familiar with the Poly Champions, the current meta, might just introduce a whole new strategy. So we might actually be surprised here. And that is what I'm actually hoping for in today's live stream, in today's games.
Well, it's like you say, it's the fun of not knowing what's around the corner. Everyone thinks there's an established meta. Here's the way you should do things. And then someone comes along and sort of changes the configuration. And you're so used to how previously people have played that you're not used to what's happening right in front of you. And then suddenly it goes out of your hands and you're out of control and you've lost the match and you're going home. And that is the sad truth of competitive esports. Not everyone has to can win. We're definitely going to be crowning, like you said, a VENGIR champion today. Next week is the IMO tribe, a personal favorite of mine. They were the first tribe I knew about. Now, Mythic RNG versus Contagious Cookie. I'm going to go for the unknown. I'm going to back Contagious Cookie.
You're going to go for the underdog? All right.
And we're going to find out right now. The first match of the day, Mythic versus Contagious Cookie. Take me through this start.
Now, this is obviously when you're playing VENGIR, you have two choices here. You can either go for a double swordsman start, or the warrior. It looks like both players went for the warrior opener here. And they are moving towards the center of the map, which in my opinion is the correct play. So he's going towards a village there. He has 2 villages at this point. He does have some nice forge spots. Mythic, that is. So Mythic has some nice forge spots. Contagious Cookie now with 2 forge spots that are quite clean. But I'm looking at... I'm thinking about this forge spot right now. So, you know, one of the openers that he can go for here is obviously... he gets Smithery here. And that is often the correct play for VENGIR. You do want to make sure that you can get your economy live as fast as possible. The challenging thing is, of course, figuring out which economy, which technology you're going to go for next. But he gets the upgrade here, which is good.
So what do you think of the starting positions? Who do you think has potentially the stronger one, or are you thinking it's a dead 50-50?
Well, we're going to see a good explorer here coming in. If you can discover that lighthouse, that would be nice. He just didn't get it. But starting position-wise, Contagious Cookie could move down there, and he's going to have a nice row of villages that he's going to be able to capture. Now, what I'm seeing here is if he is able to also utilize the ocean here, he's going to be in a very good spot. But let's see where this leads. Okay, so both players are going to be able to find those villages. He does get the lighthouse. That is good. There is a rune there as well.
Can I just say, I love how cautious you are about committing to which side. That means we're in for a good game. Personally, if you're like, oh, I don't want to call it one way or another about who has the better start, it suggests to me at least that perhaps is a very difficult one to call, because you're usually quite decisive about these things.
Well, the thing is, it also depends on what he's going to find in the top here, right? Contagious Cookie. I mean, he can, you know, he can go for climbing here and move towards the northwest here. I mean, the northeast. And it really depends on what he finds. But what's going to be very decisive here from this position, at least from what it looks to me, is whoever gets the most villages at the bottom there is going to be in the better position. So both players are currently at 3 cities. Mythic has a unit up as well from Contagious Cookie here, so he is double the units now. So we'll see what happens with Contagious Cookie. If I was in his position, I would actually not go for that many troops. I'd focus on technology, because his movement is quite restricted here. You know, if we take a look at the map, there is the ocean and the lake. So his only play, if he's going to go for warriors, is going to be to go back and maybe discover the lighthouse there, so he can get a tier 3 upgrade on his capital together with a forge. But yeah, Mythic is currently going for the villages here, which is going to give him a 2 village lead. Well, at least a 1 village lead. And he does go for an explorer, gets the 2nd lighthouse.
And he sees 2 villages up there. So
and he sees the 2 villages. Now this is interesting. Contagious Cookie only has the warrior, which is blocked by a mountain. If you look at the top northeast, he has that warrior. He needs to get climbing in order to advance. So the question is, does he do it here? I think he should, simply because he cannot afford to...
There you go.
Yeah.
You're a mind reader.
He goes for climbing. There we go. He needs to find those villages and expand here. Now that village puts them equally in terms of villages, but then again, Mythic does have that additional village that he's about to siege. And he gets the meeting stars. So mind you, he has now discovered Contagious Cookie, but Contagious Cookie has not discovered Mythic yet. Which, what does that mean? Well, essentially it means that now he will have the economy advantage here for a turn or 2. We'll see how long it takes until Contagious meets Mythic.
Stars as well
The
from the
fishing
ruin.
in stars, okay.
This
So
is a
looking at-
really cagey one, I think.
Yeah, this is a close one.
Riding.
Goes for riding as well. Fishing and riding.
Why would he go for riding, do you think, in your eyes?
So, looking at this, the reason why he might go for riding here is, first of all, he wants to expand to those southern villages as fast as possible, and he wants to make sure that he can pressure the warrior that is about to capture that village. Because remember, he does have the swordsman. So one rider and a swordsman, and he's going to be able to siege that village. So, from this position, I don't know what you think, Leith, but I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a more favorable position for Mythic right now. Simply due to the fact that he has vision of Contagious Cookie. He did get the meeting stars turn earlier. So, and is he going to go for an explorer? No, he's not. That's obviously too far away. He needs to get some expansion towards the south here.
And it's going to be a point of contention in the south there. Like you say, there's a lot of villages to be sort of taken. Neither one of these players is going to be willing to let that go to the other. So I think that's going to be a bit... I think either player would be remiss if they relinquish control of that region.
Yes. And what we're seeing right now is again, like I just mentioned, Contagious Cookie does not have that vision of Mythic here. I don't think, even if Mythic moves his warrior, Contagious Cookie is still not going to be able to see him. So he's going to move his rider. Okay, yeah. So this is going to be a little bit of a brutal surprise, I would say, for Mr. Cookie here, because he's now just going to get sieged as soon as he captures that. But he might go for an explorer here on the North Village, which will discover Mythic.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly know the danger he's in. Let's find out. All right, what's he going to do? He is thinking. I mean, both these players... Oh, hunting. Okay. Both these players seem to be... Well, not quite mirroring each other anymore, but in terms of the stats, we can see that Mythic is starting to pull ahead a bit here. But it is quite an even game. Again, we're going to have to wait for a mistake, I think, on the other side. Okay, Explorer. There we go. Finds him. Hello. He sees the rider, perhaps. Let's see. All right. That's quite a good Explorer there. The sees that he's got a port, sees that he's got some ships in the water. Perhaps triggering a little bit of panic there. He's got a minute or two to figure out how he wants to respond to this information.
Now, what's going to matter a lot?
If you were Contagious Cookie in this situation, you've just uncovered Mythic. What are your thoughts?
Well, for starters, he needs to be able to get a giant somehow in that North Village if he's going to have any shot at defending it, and it's going to look. It looks very hard to get that, simply due to the forge spots, right? The forge locations. He's been a little bit unlucky. He's only gotten one decent forge spot where he could combine two. So he needs to get a border growth at, is it Nitais, I believe, or Nitidis, in order to utilize both of them here. But the giant is really his only way, and it's not looking like he's going to get it anytime soon.
There's a big difference in clocks now starting to come in.
Yeah, this is definitely a hard choice for a Contagious Cookie. And, you know, from this position, he needs to be able to expand as fast as he can to the south. He goes for forestry here. Maybe he's going to cut the top. But yeah, Mythic gets 2 villages next turn. So yeah, sure, the technology is going to be a little bit more expensive, but his expansion here is a lot faster, and it's looking like he's going to be able to capture those southern villages at a faster rate. He's going to be able to move on the rune as well, which might give him something very nice that he needs.
What would be sort of the ideal to get out of it right now?
Yeah, I don't really see an immediate out for Contagious Cookie, considering that Mythic is a strong player. We've seen him before in the other playoffs, and he does know what he's doing. Contagious Cookie is, to me, a relatively new player, so I'm gonna be placing my cards currently on Mythic, who is in the leading position. I mean, obviously, yeah, both do have the same amount of cities, but the tide is gonna shift towards Mythic here, who's about to capture 2 next turn, and you know, we can see that Contagious Cookie is gonna capture that. So the interesting thing here might be to see what happens with these runes, guys. So if the runes actually give him, you know, population growth, maybe some good technology, Contagious Cookie could pull back. But we're gonna have to wait and see here. Score-wise, he is leading. So,
like you say, the positioning is an interesting one for Mythic, but they are still quite close for right now. You're saying that he's going to pull away a little bit here, but we have 2 ruins, like you say. There are those villages to the south, which are, they seem to me, at least, to be not really that prioritized by Mythic. He's sort of getting there, but I feel like perhaps could be doing more. Sailing, though. I mean, he's got command of the water. I think that's going to be quite imperative here.
Yeah.
And
so water.
I was going to say it does feel like having that water access is going to be sort of important for Mythic, and not having it. I mean, yeah, there we go. Contagious Cookie is going to be falling behind a bit if he's unable to contest that, like you say. Let's see what the ruin has in store for him, though.
So from this angle as well, you know, we know that Mythic is close to a. I was gonna wait and see if he got the lighthouse, but he didn't. But yeah, Mythic does have he got riders, so he is going to be able to get a good roads connection there to his villages and to his capital, which means that he is most likely going to get the Grand Bazaar relatively fast. You can see he has great water access compared to Contagious Cookie. So again, going back to what I said during my my first week on the stream, whoever controls the water controls the game, right? And from this position right now, Mythic RNG is in a better position with regards to the water access.
Yeah, one has boats and one doesn't as well.
Yeah.
That's kind of an important thing for controlling the water. Now, do you think it's too late for... Oh, what does he grab? Huh.
So he got, I believe that was stars, if I'm not mistaken. And riding. Yes.
Was it stars?
So, I think no, sorry, that was a swordsman. Yeah, my bad.
Okay.
That was a swordsman. He just got a swordsman from one of them, and then he got riding from the other rune. So doesn't really help him that much. That swordsman is not going to do much until, you know, at least 5-6 turns. He's going to have to either move it all the way down to the south or maybe to the middle and try and prevent help a siege from happening here. But the roads is definitely nice in dealing with the scouts and the water units trying to siege.
Navigation, useful for a guy in the middle of a lake.
But yeah,
33 stars, what's he going to do with it?
Navigation is very nice here.
Well, he's got complete dominance. I don't think that Cookie is even remotely trying to contest his dominance over the water.
Yeah,
that might well prove to be disastrous, but it might also prove to be a good thing. I'm leaning towards the first one. Like you say, there's another connection there, nice little port. Definitely going water-centric, and you have to wonder, what is Cookie thinking? What could Cookie do right now? What do you think is like the sole thing he should be focusing on to try and contain this push?
Honestly, the only thing he can do here is try and drag it out, defend as well as he can, because these bombers and these scouts, that water movement by Mythic is just too overwhelming at this point. So the only thing that Contagious Cookie can do here is, you know, he did get mathematics, which gives him the catapults, but we see the first giant coming in there, which is huge for Mythic. That's going to add a lot of pressure. On top of that, he does have the bombers, so for Contagious Cookie, if I'm him, hunker down, build catapults in the back, try and drag it on, get some markets live, see if you can do something and maybe go towards the sides. But I don't see it. You know, maybe against a less skillful player, sure. But Mythic is a good player, guys. There is a reason why he's here today.
Giant. Another giant.
Two giants.
No, yeah, like you say, the pendulum starts to swing in favor of Mythic. Now, it is worth mentioning, everyone, two things. The first is that the stream is on a little bit of a delay. So if you think that one of these players is able to get an advantage, you would be wrong. The second thing is these are best of threes. Last week, we didn't have a single game that went that was a sweep. So even if Cookie does end up losing this one, or Mythic has a little bit of an upset and misplays a couple of times, both these players will have the opportunity to at least play one more game to level the playing field and then try and take it after that. However, like you say, there's a lot of pressure now on Cookie to do something. The turn timers do perhaps suggest more pressure. I mean, the unit count is what I'm looking at right now. 17 to 5 units. 2 giants to nothing. And again, you have to wonder, what is Cookie's strategy? What is Cookie's plan?
Again, I think, you know, from this position, 3 villages up for Mythic. Like I said, the thing Cookie can do here is maybe try and defend as much as he can, but in the long term, Mythic is simply going to overwhelm him here. He does have 5 cities. He needs a 6 to get the Grand Bazaar, so he's 1 city short. But he does get his giant live here, which is going to give him a little bit of stars, points, and a monument. But in terms of dealing with this water, he can't do that much. As soon as he tries to do anything on the water, Mythic does have a response.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean, those scouts can hit from a range. Like you say, he's already got units in the water. He has to try and do something in the south, I would sort of suggest, to hope for anything. However, that is also where a giant is. You have to think Mythic, being very, very confident given that his opponent not in the water, now grabs ramming as well, some melee ships to shore up his defensive, if you pardon the pun there. And now is just going to take pot shots at every living thing on the other side of a very small lake that they both share. Now,
yes,
let's see. There we go. Immediately goes to siege. What is going to the response be? I mean, can he respond? He's got the 2 riders there. What do you do? Do you think Cookie's going to respond to this? He has to, right? At this
stage, yeah. The only thing, he does have mathematics. He does have, you know, so he could probably do a giant push. Is it going to help much? Maybe not. You know, he's going to be able to hold off. But looking at this, you know, from what we saw in the earlier game, that early star advantage, getting onto the ocean, just gave Mythic RNG almost a compounding snowball effect, right? Where he was just, from that point, he was more and more ahead for every single turn. It was harder for Cookie to kind of do anything, and especially since he lost that north village as well, with the rider and the swordsman. From there, he was in a, you know, in a losing position, in a more challenging position, I would say. But there is still a way for him to come back, although it's very hard for him here. So,
well, like you say, is the water access. Time and time again with these games, we have seen, like you said in the very first week, you controls the water, controls the game. And to not have a response on the water is always going to be very, very tricky here. Cookie thinking about what he's going to do. Well, gets a little kill down there. Dances in and out with a rider. Heals up a swordsman. But there's a giant facing them. Picks up roads.
Those for roads. I'm
There we go. Puts the giant there. Okay. Connects up his cities.
That's interesting.
Now, that
he doesn't have stars yet.
No. No, he doesn't. I don't think he can do anything about that village getting taken.
No.
Tidis is going to be taken.
Yeah, the only thing he could have done is population growth. He could have, because he has mathematics, so he could have done a giant push here, but it wouldn't do that much.
No. And I imagine that Mythic is probably going to take that city and, frankly, take whatever else he wants. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next game because, once again, of course, this is a best. There it is. Takes the city. First blood on that front goes to him. Very few kills. I mean, 2 kills each. Usually, when a city is taken, we see a couple more back and forth before it actually is sort of solidified. But that's not what we've seen here. And a push starts in the south as well. Like I said, worth mentioning, it's a best 2 of 3, and the mentality game does come into it. Maybe Mythic gets a little bit cocky in the next game. Maybe Cookie has complete head loss and it's a sweep. We just don't know. But like you said, this is a very strong showing from Mythic. I can't identify anything they've done wrong. And I'm very picky and critical. Sometimes, sometimes I'm not even right and I'll find flaws in someone's game and I can't find anything. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Can you see anything?
Well, again, you know, this is also a spawn-based game, right? So it really depends on your spawn. But, you know, Contagious Cookie, he got unlucky with the fact that he lost at North Village. You know, let's face it. And the fact that Mythic RNG got that early vision of Cookie really gave him the advantage when it came to stars, which again created that snowball effect. And what Mythic needs to do now, he needs to go aggressive, he needs to push. He does have great vision, so he knows what he can do and not. You know, it's one thing is if there is a huge fog of war and then all of a sudden you're surprised by, like, you know, 5 catapults just lining in the back, but he knows he doesn't have much. So he's hitting that giant, and I'm surprised at Cookie though. I'm surprised he's not, you know, going for some more units at this stage. You know, he's down to 7 units, and Mythic has 21.
Yeah, like you say, it keeps compounding further and further. I'm gonna frankly say I think it's a case of when, not if, this game takes a tumble. We have seen from Ramdingler previously that there is sometimes an unwillingness to concede a position, and that is also a strategy in and of itself when we're talking about best of 3s. Sometimes it is a good idea to really, if you're a more patient player, grind out your opponents. If you're thinking, look, this game, it might be heading to its natural conclusion. This game has gone away from me. What I can do is make you hurt. Your focus starts to slip, create a little bit of chaos, whether in this game or in the next ones. Again, we do have a 1-hour time limit on all of these games. We did see that go to a judge's decision last week with Ramdingler's first game, and he lost that and went on to win the entire thing. So it does show you can lose your very first game and go all the way. So don't count Cookie out of the entire thing, even if you are going to count him out of potentially this game and the next coming turns. Give me a, you know, we'll have a little bet, you and I. What turn do you think this ends on?
Well, I mean, it really depends on Contagious Cookie here, what he's going to be able to do with regards to pushing back in some way, shape, or form. But Mythic might actually lose this village unless he can, you know, because what are we working with? He has a giant. He has 3 rafts, which he could turn into rammers and scouts to kind of damage that. But I don't think it's enough. Oh, it might be, actually. Yeah, it might actually be enough, because he's going to go back. Oh, he goes for a bomber. Oh, that's huge.
There we go.
Yeah. So
this is what I mean. Even with a dominant position where, frankly, he could just do whatever he wanted at this point. Does still try and make the optimal choice. We saw that last week with Oplix not finishing off Ramdingler, even though it was in a very, very dominant position for the entire hour and it got dragged out. It doesn't look like Mythic's the kind of player to sit back and think, I'm in a dominant position and there's nothing they can do. Let's just basically stay static and keep the front lines and I'll ride it out. It does look like he's going to force a finish here if possible.
Absolutely. And, you know, even if Contagious Cookie manages to siege the city, he's got a giant lined up and he's got 1 catapult on the backline there. That's not going to be enough to stop that siege. He's sieging the city there as well. So, you know, there is a lot happening here. Yeah, this is looking like it's very hard for Cookie to come back from this position. I'm going to be very honest.
We can call a spade a spade. We can call a spade a spade. I think as much as we want every game to be a nail biter that's really close, some games do get away from the players. And like I said, this is where the mentality comes in, you know? Sorry, you terrified me. I thought, did you you whispered? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Mythic
so
with the first
here.
win of the day. There we go. Cookie goes down early. That's just how the cookie crumbles. I've been sitting on that one for about an hour. Mythic RNG. What do you think of that game?
Well, it was an interesting game. I think obviously when you're playing as VENGIR, you are, there is a slower economy. You start with the swordsman. It's always interesting to see how the players actually utilize, that swordsman in the beginning, in the early game. You saw Cookie go south. Mythic went north. It did pay off, the fact that he sent that swordsman north, which allowed him to capture that village with the rider. Yep. And he got the additional stars, which obviously helped. So I'm going to be very, very interested in seeing how the second game pans out, because, I don't think Contagious Cookie performed bad. I think he got a little bit unlucky.
Okay.
I think he got a little bit unlucky with the spawn, especially that north village. So I really want to see this second face-off.
Well, the second face-off is going to be starting any second now. Like we said, there is only a break at the end of the best of 3. We get straight back into the games. So we're going to see if, like you say, maybe he just got a little bit unlucky. Maybe the pressure got to him. Now he's reset for a couple of moments. But now we go straight into game 2. Take me through what you think of these starts when we see them.
Well, I like the positioning here. I mean, okay, both of them have really cool openers. Both players, none of them actually went towards the center here. They went towards where the mine is, which is, of course, when you're playing as VENGIR, you want to go find as many mines as possible, because that is really your, the resource allocation. And the way it's actually broken down is, certain tribes, they start with the multiplier in terms of their economy, So I think VENGIR has a 2x probability of starting with mines, and moving towards them is an indicator of villages, right? So for example, certain tribes, that if you move towards a lot of hunting, or mycelium if you're playing Samanti, not that it's going to be in the qualifier, you will have some a higher chance of villages. But this is, both of them are now going into 2-3 villages. Great forge spot here as well for Mythic. He's got in his capital and his second village here. Contagious Cookie only, well, he does as well. So he also has 2 villages where he can get a double smith in his villages. That was a great explorer.
Yo.
Gets a lighthouse.
You're talking about can Cookie do it when he has a little bit more of a favorable start? I don't know. I think this feels like a more favorable start, at least for now.
Yeah, that explorer helps a lot, and he's very close to that. He's 2 turns away from capturing that other village. And if you look at the forge spot, like, this is the thing about VENGIR, you want to make sure that you have good forge spots, so you can get your economy up, so you can get that early growth, because again, VENGIR does have a slow economy, and this is why most players they look at it as a more challenging tribe to play, especially in terms of the bracket and with the other tribes, against the other tribes, I should say. So VENGIR is really dependent on good forge spots early on. You can see that Contagious Cookie is utilizing that very well now. Is in the lead, goes towards the center here.
Well, that's something else I wanted to highlight, that you've always said, particularly in week 1, that sometimes, especially if you're unsure, the best move is hit the center, find out what's there, see if you can find out something. Maybe your opponent's close, maybe they're far, because both these players, to be clear, don't know exactly where their opponent is. They're not gonna have that information. And in a game like this, information is of course power. The player that knows more about their surroundings and knows about what their opponent is doing and is able to get past that fog of war generally is in a better place. Again, we saw that more last week as well in its sort of most extreme example. So what are you doing if you're seeing this as Mythic? What's the sort of the immediate thoughts?
Well, as Mythic here, you have to make a decision. Are you going to go for the climbing next turn or not? Obviously, that would give him access to the ruin. He finds a ruin there as well. Well, so 2 ruins he has. One of them requires climbing. So he needs to make a choice whether or not he wants to get that so he can also get the ruin and advance further.
Where he decides.
He should probably go for a explorer in the village Rotim, which is towards the northeast. He really needs some vision here. The only thing that might happen that I'm worried about is if the explorer goes so he goes for climbing here,
nice,
which I would say is a correct play here.
Well, he's got 2 ruins, so we'll see what he gets out of them next turn, because that obviously could do him quite nicely. Again, starting quite even in terms of the stats, both these players within 35 score of one another.
Similar stats, more stars for Cookie at this point, and he's gonna get 2 villages the turn after this one, which is gonna be huge. And it doesn't look like Mythic is gonna be able to stop him from getting that center village. No. I would really say whoever controls that center village is going to be in a much stronger position than their opponent. Simply because this gives them a lot more control of the southern lake there and the northern lake. I'm not sure if it does connect with the water or not. But in terms of access to the rest of the villages here, it's very narrow. So if Mythic wants to move south, he is going to have to siege that center village there.
Yeah, this one has the markings of a cagey one, just given of how the sort of the water's located. Like you say, that we have, let's just call it a choke point. That's what it is with that sort of city. And we'll see if Mythic's willing to let it go. Look at the timers though. Cookie taking a bit longer now, maybe a bit more cautious. But as you say, slightly more favorable start on this one. Let's see what he can do. Mythic does not know where his opponent is just yet. Let's see. So hunting. What's the other ruin? Go on. Swordsman. Veteran swordsman. Now.
So, remember, yeah.
And the crowd goes mild.
Remember last game when I said, oh, he goes for an... Okay, yeah, this is interesting. Last game when I mentioned that Mythic got that early explorer off of on Contagious Cookie, he was able to make better decisions. This is the same thing for Contagious Cookie now, right? When you do have vision, you are able to make better decisions. So you definitely want to get some explorers live here. But I think, you know, Mythic has so far been focusing on getting stars, right? Like he should have, in my opinion, he should have gone for the explorer on that one village, simply because he needs to understand what's happening on the map here. But Contagious Cookie is going to be almost twice the cities up.
It's going to be a bit of a surmountable. However, you did say Mythic, very good player. So it might be in this sort of crucible we do see the forging of a future VENGIR champion. We're just going to have to see. Again, in Polytopia, the odds are always not going to be with you. You know, you might have to fight an uphill battle. People do talk about, obviously, the spawn RNG and these sorts of things, but that cuts both ways. At the end of the day, you can have a bad spawn, you're going to have to try and make something good out of it. You have to make these sort of decisions, and it does feel like Cookie taking his time a lot more than Mythic. Again, like you say, has that vision, has that sort of foresight, takes the city in the center. And also, like you said, kind of gets a sense of where Mythic is and where he will be and where he's headed. The same cannot be said. Surely Mythic will find out this turn. Oh, yeah, well, he's figured something out there. Marches onto the borders.
So he knows he's there. He knows he's there, but now Mythic, he's probably looking at the score and he's realizing that he's slowly getting behind now. And again, Mythic only has the 3 cities, and there are no cities in his vision right now. So from this position,
almost a punishment for not going central, really, at the end of the day.
Yes, he did go towards the forges, but gets forestry here, and he is looking at trying to upgrade. He can go for forge to get the stars. I'm trying to think about what the best player for Mythic here would be. Obviously, that one swordsman, he's just going to be able to explore, so he won't be able to siege anything with only one swordsman. So that's going to be a little bit, you know, only for exploration. Unless he can maybe go for a scout that could support that swordsman should there be a warrior on a village there. And you know, you see that he has that warrior in the northwest or southwest, sorry. But yeah, Contagious Cookie, first giant here. That is actually huge, because look at this now. He's going to be able to get that village in the northeast, right? Or, you know, southeast, towards the southeast. And then he has double the cities. He's got his first giant.
It's a stark comparison, frankly. Like you're saying, I mean, it's pretty hefty.
So again, with the vision, this is actually making Contagious Cookie breathe a little, because he knows now that, oh, okay, looking at this, he knows where Mythic is. He knows where his villages are. He knows that, you know, he has these 3 cities. So I think he's feeling very confident about this. And this is really what he needed as well if he wanted to advance here, because when you're 1-0 down, obviously you're going to be a little bit more on the time. You're going to, you know, think a little bit more. You want to make sure that you don't have any misplays either.
Well, like you say, it's sort of both players at this point, for very different reasons, can't really afford to misplay. If you're Cookie, you throw away an advantage sort of this big, well, questions have to be raised. If you're Mythic, you have to be concerned. Hang on, here we go. So he, again, sees the village. I think what's going to happen. Here's my prediction. You ready for this? Lath predicts. He's going to get that village in the east. He's going to get bounced off of it, and I think he's going to resign. That's my thought process.
Yeah.
I think it's going to happen.
It is a likely scenario. I think Mythic wants to maybe hold on for a little bit longer, but because he sees that other village right there. But the fact that he doesn't really have a lot of good road connection. He needs to get that middle village. Yes, he's going to get bounced off. Goes for riding here, which is probably a sign that now I'm going to be a little bit more offensive. I want to try and, you know, again, he recognizes the importance of that middle village where you have the choke point.
That's the population. He's just next turn going to suddenly see a swordsman in front of his warrior on the east and go,
Gets the giant.
Alright. To be fair, if I had a giant that close to my opponent's city, I might have a tendency to hold on a bit. What do you think?
He gets 2 giants here. This definitely gives him hope. But remember, both of them now have smithery, you know, obviously forge and forestry. So, and if you look at that middle village, he still hasn't placed down a forge, right? So he can easily get a giant there and hold off the attack. Now, Mythic is probably going to be very disappointed with the fact that Contagious Cookie got onto that village with the swordsman. But in either case, he wouldn't have been able to siege, even with a regular warrior, due to the fact that if he hadn't attacked, then Mythic would have attacked 5 HP for both of them, and then he wouldn't have been able to finish him off anyway, unless maybe if he sent a Rider Rhodes down.
Do you think that's likely?
No, I don't think it's likely. Simply because it's so expensive. But yeah, Contagious Cookie, I think right now you're like, okay, why is he not making moves? He's thinking, right? He's probably being like, okay, and he has vision. So at this stage, it's more like, okay, well, how do I, depending on the type of player he is, we didn't really get to see that last game, but depending on the type of player he is he now going to move into a more aggressive position? Or is he going to try and, you know, take it easy with the fact that, hey, listen, I do have double the villages. I have more stars per turn right now. And when you do have more villages, it's a lot easier to snowball, right?
All right, he sees it. My prediction appears to have been wrong. I've been proven incorrect. Goes in, okay. Like you say, he's been a bit more aggressive now. Dives onto the city. F's in chat for that rider, because I do not think he's going to be surviving. But he is denying the resource and the stars that city gives his opponent. It's an offensive move.
Yeah, he's going to be losing 2 stars here, and he's also he stepped on 1 forest, but I still think he has just enough to, yeah, no, he has enough to do a giant push here. I would be surprised if Cookie did not actually stop the siege. That would be a very strange choice. I would actually question Cookie's thinking here. Because, I mean, obviously not in a necessarily negative way. I just don't understand why he would do that. But I think he might... Well, he does have the warrior, the swordsman, of course, but... But is he trying to do... Can he do a Houdini here?
You think?
Oh, I think Mythic might watch out for it. So this is interesting too. Mathematics goes for mathematics 2 times in a row here. He did it last game. He does it this game. So Cookie definitely has a preferred tech path. Obviously, there are some decent forest spots here. So, you know, let's not shy away from that. But mathematics is interesting. Gives him the ability to do the catapults, which gives him a strong backline here as well. So he's going to be able to hold off that center village a lot better now.
See his response now, Mythic. What's he going to do?
Risky ruin, though. I hope it's not going to be a explorer here for his sake.
I'm surprised that Cookie didn't take out that warrior in the east to stop him from taking the lighthouse. It does push on. Let's see. Maybe this is a push. I mean, look. He's got 2 giants. Maybe this is a push that's going to startle Cookie. Again, we do see a massive disparity, but frankly, it could cause some alarm.
Well, the only thing that Cookie can do here is obviously do a giant push. In order to deal with that threat. I mean, Mythic is you know, this is still a favorable position from Cookie, don't get me wrong. But he's definitely saving his population here in that city. You know, because right now he's going to go for the... He can't kill the giant. Right? He can get some catapults. So he'd probably move that catapult and then go for another, but... Yeah, so it goes for a second catapult, and then you should go for an upgrade here. So 5 plus 5, giving him 2 plus another 4, that's 6. And then either a monument. Does he have monuments? I don't think he's used one yet, has he?
I don't think so, no. I can't see it if he has.
But is he going to let him siege? I'm just surprised. Yeah, I'm just surprised. Why would he do that?
Stop it?
Well, the giant push, right?
Well, true.
But he's not. He's letting him capture that. So that is I don't know. What do you guys in the viewers? What do you think he's doing here? I don't. This is.
you know, we're confused when Castle's going, "Hey, audience, what?" But this is what we wanted, right? We wanted, whether for good or for ill, we wanted new and different strategies. We wanted something fresh, and that could be what we're seeing. It could be a misplay, or it could be something big. Let's see. Does he just take the city? He is.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and capture that.
Shifting everything up. I mean, the units are in Mythic's favor. I think, frankly, this is quite... It takes it. I will say that this is quite a good move. We haven't really seen much of this successfully in the previous weeks, where one player has just got... Oh, he's taking the stars from us, upgrading it. One player has just gone, right, I'm in a losing position. I need to push now. I need to force the action. I need to force mistakes. Time and time again, we've seen them turtle up, which, frankly, again, we have a 1 hour time limit. Turtling up will not win you this 1v1. It will not. What you do need to do if you're in a losing position, as much as it might cement your defeat, you do need to push the action. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here from Mythic, which I'm very, very pleased about. There we go.
Yeah.
Now, again, he doesn't have the vision. He doesn't know what's behind those catapults. He just knows they're there. And it's a bizarre situation to find the stronger player on the defensive, but that's certainly the position that we're in right now. Raids again. Border growth.
It's a border growth here, most likely because he sees there is a good opportunity for the sawmill. But I 100% agree with you. Like with what you said in regards to actually, not hunkering down. Like Cookie, what he should have done here, he should have gone aggressive. He should have not let Mythic capture that village. He should have held on to that, fought it out. Because again, look, he has the village all the way to the north, to the northeast. He has good control of the south. All he needs to do now is just to push. That's how he's going to win this game. So if I'm missing something, I'd be very surprised. But looking at this right now, Cookie needs to be a little bit more aggressive with his playing style. Goes back.
Is he is? Is he retreating?
Yeah, where is he sending that unit? That is
This is great. This is exactly what we wanted to see. I mean, all right. We've got a fight in the center.
So he didn't hit the... okay. Well, I am... Contagious Cookie. Contagious confusion, really.
I love how you're baffled. Baffled into silence. This is great.
I'm trying to figure out what his move is here. What is he thinking? It's hard for me to kind of step into his shoes. This might be, like you said, one of these strategies where, we just haven't seen, or like I said, but you also mentioned just now that we haven't seen yet, right? Is one away from the giant here. Okay. Huh. So, typically one thing that is also very true is you don't buy technology unless you can use it that turn, nor do you upgrade villages that don't actually do anything. So we just saw that he upgraded his village to about 5 or 4. He didn't really gain anything from that, which is also a very interesting one. But Mythic gets the Eye of God monument here. He seems to have discovered all 4 lighthouses, which is going to give him that amazing monument now. But he's retreating. He knows that, well, it's going to be hard to kind of break through catapults. He's got the giants. Contagious Cookie is more on the defensive here.
What I like is that Mythic realizes that Okay, that unit's going to die. It's facing a bunch of catapults. Might as well do some damage. This is what I mean. It's deadly efficient. And does go to the east. I think he's going to challenge to the east, you know. I think this might have been a feint. All attention is in the center, and he goes east. This is... I tell you what, you've really sold me on Mythic. I apologize, Mythic. I was unfamiliar with your game. I did not know that you swung like this. I mean, it's Vengir's spirit, isn't it? Pure militarism. This is good stuff. And we're seeing hesitancy, in my opinion, from Cookie. You know, he doesn't know. He's now heading up west, so he might be thinking there's a village I can't see. Does push the giant forward. It's cagey, and I think to be honest, I think he's been caught off guard. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is part of a wider strategy, but I think he has been caught off guard by this sort of aggressive push by Mythic, and I think that has saved this game for Mythic. I think Mythic was in a poor position. Taking that city in the center does even things up. Look, it's 6 cities to 5 now. The star count somewhat even. The only difference, again, the units roughly the same. He's forced the superior player or the superior position into a defensive, which is exactly where you want him. And frankly, if you're playing in future games, take note. If you are in a losing position, if you're looking at the score and you know you're in a losing position in one of these games, you cannot sit back. Sitting back is just prolonging a defeat that gets you nowhere. You're waiting for a mistake that might not happen. You need to push the action. You need to force the mistake. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. That mistake from Cookie to not defend that central city. That might be enough for Mythic to take this. And he does start to go into the water as well. Maybe he sees those catapults as something he could deal with from the sea. What do you think?
I was actually just going to mention that. You know, from Mythic's perspective here, I think his winning play is dealing with those catapults using either scouts or bombers, because those catapults are just going to harass that middle there. He's really trying to go for a defensive play that is Contagious Cookie. So what Mythic needs to do here is he needs to find a way to deal with those little catapults, very squishy units, by the way. And then he needs to be able to push towards the middle there. So he's probably gonna, he's doing some damage here. He wants to hack those down. Is he gonna be able to go on? No. Because there is a zone of control there. He has a giant, so that's not gonna be able to move in. But again, he has to deal with those catapults. Cookie is playing defensively. I'm not seeing him playing aggressively, which was, again, sort of the vibe that I got after the fact that he let that middle village come sieged. But look at the points. I mean, Mythic is catching up. He was 2,000, more than 1,000 points behind not so long ago, and he's catching up now.
I think there's going to be maybe problems out in that western front as well. I think Cookie's starting to think, I need to get that I've got monument. I think that was the leveler. Potentially, in terms of potential strategy, I think he's now going for it. So I think there is a limited amount of time that Mythic has to sort of press on. I think Cookie might bounce back if he's not careful.
Yes. And one thing when I was watching the stream that Innofunny actually mentioned during the Yadak games was that you can use your opponent's turn to think, right? So this is obviously valuable time for Mythic to really think through his turn in real time and figure out, okay, what am I going to do next? What if this happens? Then what, right? So it's a lot of what if scenarios when you're making decisions on your opponent's turn, because things are happening. Whereas when it's your turn, nothing is happening unless you make a move, of course. But border growth here is interesting. Probably wants to get water access, I assume.
Well, he's probably seen that port to the north and is rightly, I think, figured he has to counter it. He has to do something. Last game, the deciding factor was he had no water access whatsoever. So seeing Mythic get into the water probably is triggering that sort of response from him. Yes.
Now, mind you, the southern lake right there is very isolated, right? So if Mythic gets control of that before Cookie's going to be in a very challenging spot here, simply due to the fact that, again, he has the catapults lined up there, and Mythic could simply move in with a scout, kind of weaken those catapults, and then follow up with a bomber. thus solidifying his position even more. What Cookie needs to do here is he needs to, again, be a little bit more aggressive and push. I would say, first of all, get a little bit more control of the south there and get on the ocean. I would say the north side of the ocean, the left side. It's a giant. That's going to be helpful.
There we go.
It's going to be a couple of units away. Goes for a swordsman. Okay.
It's interesting, and he only has 10 seconds left. I think it's too much for him to do. Let's see, 5 seconds. They go pass it along, but I think that time is going to come up. We're presumably going to see that other giant come down as well. Let's see, a fight in the east perhaps on the way. Here we go. All right, Ryder bounces back after an attack. All right, let's pull him back slightly more on the east. Again, he's sort of probing everywhere. I think potentially not to distract from, but to make sure that Cookie has a lot. I think he probably recognizes that he has the advantage in terms of how fast he's playing. Nice. Finds the attack. Jumps on the catapult. That's what I mean. We saw that Cookie's running out of time. Mythic playing a lot faster. Gets sailing. I think he might be pulling this back. This could be incredible. To pull this game back. I mean, where were we on turn 10? Where were we on turn 8? This could be big.
No, 100% agree with you here. This is definitely big. I mean, he's killing that catapult, getting rid of that.
There you go.
He's going to be able to follow up with more scouts to deal with those catapults there. He's going to be in a safe position. He can also go for some ports on that southern lake. Didn't do it. Goes for the giant there. He can still do it with a warrior there. Doesn't have a lot of vision, so he's a little bit unsure what's behind that fog. He does know that he has a catapult there. So, he just got killed by, when one of his warriors got killed by the catapult from Cookie. But yeah, what happens here, he does have a huge star advantage here, 47.
It's massive. I think Cookie's asking the same question of what does he do here, And that giant's putting it taken out. Takes trade.
Goes for trade, okay. So, Cookie, I'm starting to kind of like see his play style here. It took a minute to figure it out, but he is really trying to go for a defensive, long-term game. He wants to drag this out. Just defend as much as possible, gain a huge economy advantage, and then somehow overwhelm Mythic with superior units, with more choices and options, with more giants. The question is, can Mythic finish him off before he gets to that stage, yes or no? That's really my question.
Well, I think it's going to come down to the water axis as well. We're not seeing anything that's really going to threaten the sort of the sea for the most part. I think you're right. He's building for the long term. He sees the threat coming towards him and has decided to, like you say, he's sort of run the calculations in his head and gone, right, I need to make sure that I'm playing for the long term here. I need to make sure that I'm staying ahead economically. I do have an edge in terms of the cities. Let's press that advantage. I mean, how many giants has he got now? 1, 2, 3 giants, it looks like. All right, now Mythic. Look, in Mythic, I still think is in an inferior position, but has been playing better than Cookie. So let's see what he can do now. Every single turn and moment, and to be clear, the turn timers are against both players, has to be measured. If he makes a single mistake, I think it's over for him. And his hard work to get to where he is right now in this game, to have a chance of potentially going 2-0, is gone. What does he do? He's staying very still. Staying very still.
He's thinking here. He's thinking. So he's going to try and kill that giant.
He's going to have to do it fast.
35 seconds.
He's going to have to do it very fast indeed. I don't know that he has enough time to think this long.
Is he... What?
You did counting.
Oh, wow.
Lovely,
what a beautiful play. Look at that.
Lovely.
Kills the catapult. That is absolutely insane.
Hello. Welcome, Mythic, to the world stage. That's how you have to play if you want to go to Stockholm. That is how you have to play, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. We were concerned about the timing. He had it all worked out in his head. This is a player. This might be the man to lead all the way. I mean, fantastic play. What a statement of intent. What a statement of intent. How does Cookie react to this?
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is one of these plays that separates, you know, the top tier of players, you know, from the rest. I mean, the fact that he saw this, was able to do this with little time, move his units accordingly, and then giant push that swordsman so it could kill the catapult, which was, to be fair, the biggest threat right now. What an insane play.
Such a good play.
Props
and
to you,
still
Mythic.
maintains his dominance over the water. It still maintains his push in the middle. Presumably knows about this economic difference. Now let's see. With such a superior economic advantage, can Cookie come back? Does start to move the giants up. Has to mount some sort of defense. That's a lot of threat coming his way. I don't imagine he's going to sit back and take this, but this is a great game. Catapult
really,
there.
What Cookie needs to do here, he needs to get on the ocean fast. He does have the I mean the 2 units up there in the north, 4 markets at this stage. So he, you know, if you look at the economy, it's double. But yeah, he really needs to get on the ocean here to if he's gonna have any chance of coming back here. The thing about Mythic is, you know, these sorts of play right here, they catch a player off guard. Right? If Cookie obviously didn't see this.
Yeah.
And but
well, we didn't see it. We didn't know what he was doing until right this second, and we've got complete vision of both these players. He's pushing east. Look at that in the east. Okay, he's really. I mean, again, I think the economic advantage is now. Cookie has to do something with such a hefty economic advantage. Cookie has to respond in some way. If he keeps playing passive, look at what's happening. He's going to get continually whittled down. That giant retreating from the mountains. Again, he does not know how to handle this central push. We said the center would be a battleground. I thought it would be a gravesite for Mythic, but I am being proven wrong, as we see here. He takes out the giant.
This might be a 2-for-0. He is going to be able to unsiege that city with the catapult and the swordsman. But again, it is, you know, a shot. It's a jab at Cookie. It's like, hey, look at me. I'm, you know, casually
takes out the west
capturing
as well.
your villages.
He's 100%. There we go. Juggernaut into the water. He's absolutely trying to secure that port, and we haven't seen for the last 4 turns. We've been talking, begging for Cookie to maybe do something about this water dominance, respond in some way to the armada that is being mounted against him. He may pay the price for his inaction in the water, instead trying to focus, like we saw, on the economic game. But money's not valuable when someone's kicking down your doors and taking it from you. Fishing though, here we go.
Okay,
is
so
it too little, too
fishing.
late? I like how silent we're being, because we're just waiting for him to do something. This is exactly. There we go, he's in the water!
Okay. That's big. Gets the nice splash damage off there.
There you go. There we go. This is a nice play. He's not yielding the territory. He's actually putting up a fight now. Realizes it's do or die for him. There you go, another port.
Gets the 10 kills as well. So he has the monument here.
He's contesting the water immediately. This is a strong turn for Cookie. Is doing something about it. Is not going to just roll down, but we're going to have to see. Is it enough?
Now, remember, he does have double these stars of Mythic, right? So if he can hold on and defend, he is eventually going to catch up to Mythic. Mythic really needs to get his economy up as well if he's gonna survive the late game here, because we're closing in turn 18. This is a tight game. Beautiful play by Mythic, a couple of rounds ago, but last round. But he needs to do something here if he's gonna be able to essentially break through Cookie's defense.
Like I say, he's got to do something. He has to try and counter the forces that have just entered the water. If he allows the water access. Right now he has superiority in the sea. That's not going to last long if he allows more units to get into the water. But can he stop them? Again, we're not seeing ramming right now. Can he stop what's going on here? And it's going to be very tricky. Another unit in the water. He has to fight. It's tooth and nail in the water. If he loses control of the water and allows Cookie to bring all of his sort of economic might to bear, there's nothing he can do. He has to keep making favorable trades and has to keep on pushing the action. Again, in the east, he has been pushed away there. There you go, 10 kills.
Yeah, so both players at 10 kills here, giving them that additional monument.
100% he's going for the water. This is it. It's going to be decided on who can, in my opinion at least, it's going to, there you go, another giant. It's going to be decided on who can hold their ports. There's not an unlimited amount of tiles that the players can get their units into the water with, but we're going to have to see here how they effectively wield that. Again, as many units into the water as possible here. He who controls the water controls the game. And we're going to see that tug of war now.
It was from mathematics here as well. And that's an interesting thing as well. This is a very, very narrow map in terms of movement, right? Like if you think about it, the movement is they can go north during that narrow one stretch. They can go towards the center, which is heavily contested right now. And that's really where the fighting is. And then you have the north side there, you know, all the way to the right, which of course, is also a very narrow strait. So you are right when you say that the water is going to win this game. Whoever can protect those ports, whoever can siege one of these cities, is going to be in a good position. So I'm curious to see though, because like with the star advantage that Cookie has here, he can also make bombers, right? Now, if I'm watching this game, I'm probably thinking, okay, this is actually looking more like, as a spectator that is not a caster, but this is more and more looking like a Cookie comeback, really.
Absolutely. I mean, I think comeback's a bit strong word. I think he has been in the driver's seat. It's been in his hands the entire time, and I think the pressure has started to mold him a little bit. He has started to sort of come back. Look at the unit count. Look at the star count. Look at the kill count. That's another thing. He has been taking favorable trades, you know. He needed to respond quickly, and in my opinion, at the 11th hour he did respond. Now Mythic again has to do something. I mean, how many giants does Cookie have? I think he has the advantage in terms of number. All right, there's some splash damage.
I mean, let's see. In terms of the points, very similar, but like I mentioned a couple of turns ago, I am seeing Cookie's playing style. I'm getting a better understanding of how he's currently playing, and you know, just looking at this, right? Because if you look at Mythic also had a lot better land connection to that center village. So maybe Cookie realized, like, hey, listen, this is going to be hard for me to hold on to in the long term. Maybe he was thinking steps ahead. Because right now, his strategy was, okay, I'm going to hold on, I'm going to hold off, I'm going to try and defend as much as possible, get my economy up, and then make for a strong comeback here. Or not comeback, but a strong push late game, which is what we're seeing. This, for a second there.
There you go, Mythic is done.
Yeah.
There we go. Cookie wins. It's 1-1. A fantastic showing from Mythic, but Cookie finally pushed to action, I would say, and pushed to making a decision, and he makes all the correct noises. There were a couple of moments where we were unsure of what Cookie was doing, unsure of what the plan was. But like you say, we were almost portraying this idea that Cookie was scrambling, but maybe you were right. Maybe it was an idea of, right, I see this push coming. What I need to do is maintain an economic advantage. And then when it's my time, push forward. So a fantastic showing from Mythic, a great showing from Cookie, and we're going all the way to the best of 3 decider, game 3. How do you feel about that one?
Well, honestly, my emotions are all over the place. I mean, the fact that, you know, I was a little bit confused early game. I must admit that much. There were certain plays that I was thinking, like, what is Cookie doing here? But you know, you take a look at the center village that was kind of important for both players, I would say. And then you had the narrow straits, which to me, I thought to myself, well, this is either one player is going to be able to push really hard towards one of the sides, but then the other might then also defend. And then I went on to think, well, this is actually going to be an ocean game, a fishing game, where the sea and the scouts and the rammers are going to come into play here. And that's what we saw towards the end. Mythic could not handle the overwhelming force of all those giants. He saw the markets. He knew that Kickoo was getting the momentum with the stars. So yeah, great game by Kickoo there. And of course, let's not forget the spawn. Kickoo did have the advantageous spawn when it came to villages, but that is the nature of the game, right? This is the RNG aspect of Polytopia, which also makes it a lot of fun because you have to think on your feet quickly.
Absolutely. And we saw Mythic do that. We saw him, there were moments where it looked like potentially he could take it. And like you said in the game, that's what separates the good from the great. And now we're going to see what separates these two. One of them has to go to the final. Will it be Mythic? Will it be Kickoo?
All right, here we go. So both players find a village here, which is good. You have some good mining spots here for Mythic so far. Both players really.
Well, it's worth saying that both the players started to push towards the center. I think neither one of them willing to make the mistake that Mythic made in the last game, which was to not push hard for the center to try and get your bearings.
Gets the village here. Again, when you're playing VENGIR, the thing you're hoping for here are good mining and forge placements, right? You want good forge placements. So the only thing that I'm seeing here that might be a little bit tricky, he might need a border growth in order to utilize those two mines that we just saw here. But yeah, goes for the explorer here. Okay. He's going to be able to get the lighthouse. Didn't really find Kickoo here, but it did give him some more information in terms of where Mythic might be. Where Kickoo might be, sorry. Both players are probably going for explorer. Yeah, there we go.
There's a little explorer. What can you find?
And he... Oh, ooh, that was close. Sees the border, though.
Ooh. Yeah, he'll know where he is, I think. He will know where he is. Again, it's worth mentioning that both our players, they're going to have no idea where the other one is. So that's quite a decent amount of intel he's gotten there. I think, to be honest, if I'm Mythic, I'm kind of on the understanding that there's something north of me. Obviously, Kickoo knows roughly where Mythic is now. Yeah.
Kickoo knows where Mythic is. Mythic knows that he's obviously in the north. The question is he on the west side or the east side, right? And Mythic is not necessarily going in for the quick push there for his village, because he knows he's not going to be able to capture that yet. Secures the goes for the village instead. Now, what needs to happen here for both players really is or not necessarily what needs to happen, but the question that remains is what technology do they focus on first here? There are some decent forestry for Kickoo there. Mythic doesn't have the best spots for forestry and sawmills, so this might actually be more of an again, he might go for fishing here because he does have access to two cities now with access to the water, compared to Kickoo's one.
Well, it's worth mentioning as well that what happens in previous games does obviously potentially affect players. There we go. He's officially met them now. Does he get the Eastern Lighthouse? Does get the Eastern Lighthouse. But like I was saying, if you lose to a certain strategy, if you lose to a certain map, it's going to be influence your gameplay going forwards. If you lost to a strong navy, you're potentially going to be on the lookout. I think that's what made Kickoo respond as he did to Mythic's sort of naval push, and was perhaps aware of it because of game one. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the lessons learned from the first two games are sort of played out here. Whose shoes would you rather be in right now, in terms of Mythic or Cookie, in terms of just their starting spots?
I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit early to tell. I mean, obviously Mythic does have the, like city-wise, it's quite equal. However, Mythic is looking like he is going to get really nice water access here. So I might actually pick Mythic simply due to the water access.
Okay.
However, I did find it interesting as well. We'll center back or circle back to that in a second, just to look at Cookie's placement of that forge, because from what we saw previous game, Cookie is not that much of an aggressive player. He likes to build his economy up, get control of what he can get control of, and then late game try and dominate. So if he follows similar patterns to the previous games, we're going to see something similar here. But with the fact that he has... Mythic is going to have 3 ports, or three spots to access the water. So I'd be surprised to if he didn't go for fishing in the next turn or 2 even. But yeah, looking at the previous turn here, if you look at where Cookie just placed his forge, that's actually very interesting. So he placed it so that he could place a market in between the 2 forges there, if you see them, right on his capital and his second village that he just got, or the second village that he initially got. And he also has some very good forestry spots here. So again, we're looking at a similar angle, I assume. He's going to go for hunting, forestry, mathematics, and then maybe even move into markets if he makes it that far, right? It depends on whether or not Mythic is going to be very aggressive. So,
well, that's what we've seen from him. So yeah, again, like you say, if he makes it that far is a fantastic way to put it. We have seen a couple of times that an early push does influence decision making. Let's see here.
So he has...
If you're Cookie, you're seeing Mythic sort of setup. What do you do?
If I see his setup,
with his limited vision is what I'm trying to say.
So from Mythic's perspective right now, what do I do?
No, from Cookie's perspective, seeing Mythic, because he did get that Eastern Lighthouse, he has more vision, right, as we can see here. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, if I'm Mythic Cookie right now, the thing that I want to do is try and defend those 2 cities right there. So I'd probably not try and play too aggressive, also following Cookie's style, but that's also what I would do. Instead, I would just try and think, okay, I'm going to defend those 2 villages that are closest to Mythic, and I'm going to see if I can expand on the other side. The question that I would have right now is, simply because I don't have vision, is do I try and expand for the water, or do I go, for Cookie's most likely strategy, because we still don't know, which would be the markets and the economy, right? I'd definitely be very tempted with all those forests and the great mining spots. But if you also take a look at the, there is a lot of space for movement on the right there, right, towards the northeast. So this is most likely the battle. A lot of the fighting is going to happen there, as well as on the ocean. So these are going to be the 2 main fighting points. The question is, who is going to make the first move?
Well, roads and riding.
Yeah.
I think if I'm Mythic, I throw everything at an early navy. Personally, for better or for worse, that would be where my head's going. It served him well thus far. To be fair, he can't know about the water access that Cookie potentially has. There we go, taking him out.
That's the first kill.
And it's an information game at the end of the day. I think Cookie will have an understanding that this central lake is important. And we've seen, again, time and time again, if you're able to deny your opponent the ability to get onto the water by having rammers, by having scouts in the water early. Not that I'm suggesting they can get them this early, of course, but it is something to sort of bear thinking about. as they're exploring and learning more about their opponent.
Mm-hmm.
He is doing a lot of thinking, isn't
Well,
he?
yeah, well, let's
he is doing a lot of thinking.
Let's not underestimate Cookie at this stage, right? Because
absolutely not. We've seen he can play.
He's good at planning. From the especially the second game that I saw, he's very good at planning. So I think that, you know, Cookie's advantage is thinking, you know, steps ahead, in terms of how he's going to position, you know, what is going to win him the game. I mean, Mythic is at this stage, both players are very good, but they do have different playstyles. And this is also what's interesting, what I mentioned, you know, before we started. When you have players that you're not too familiar with, you do get very different playstyles. Certain tribes, you know, they're very predictable in terms of how they play, what units, what, you know, technology that you go for. But maybe Mythic also is catching on to that. Maybe he's thinking, Cookie played like that the first game, you know, very not too aggressive in the beginning. He didn't play too aggressive last game. If he is thinking about that, he might be like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm also going to go for an economy, because I know that Cookie might also just try and defend again, as well as he did.
Well, he does have the superiority in terms of star income at the least, so it does make sense.
Yeah.
And he's going to have 6 cities in the next couple of turns. So if you do see those advantages, like we saw, or like we've said previously, the score is a big indicator as to how well your opponent's doing. If you think you have an edge, why not continue that edge? It's then up to your opponent to do something. On Cookie's side of things, now that the map's opened up a little bit more, I would say the ball is very much in his court to force the action this time. Do we think from Cookie's style of play, he has that in him? We're going to have to find out. Because, I mean, I think he's going to start to fall behind. What do you think?
Well, again, Cookie's earned my respect at this point. I think that, you know, if he's able to defend as well as he did last game, get his economy up, and again, it depends on Mythic, because if Mythic, yeah, he does have star advantage right now, but if Mythic doesn't go on the ocean fast and pressure him, then because if you look at, is that Keperot, that one city that is bordering the lake for Cookie, that is going to be a very squishy city, you know, it's going to be a contested city from the ocean's perspective, as well as really, you know, just the northeast with depending on how far the game will go, we might see knights.
We have only ever seen knights once, I believe, in the qualifiers thus far, and that was in Ramdingler's hour-long adventure. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen much of the late game units. I think, especially in these earlier games, people have it in their mind what they want to do, and if they're not able to do it, well, the game sort of starts to turn against them. Mythic's sort of the only one in my. This is a very bold claim, and I'm very happy for people to get upset at me if I'm wrong here. But from what I've seen, Mythic is the first player to really push their opponent when in a clearly losing position. I've seen the others sort of tend to hold on in a sort of futile fashion. So if we get this kind of like aggressive-esque...
Look at that.
Yeah, nice.
Goes for trade. So this is actually pretty cool to see from Mythic. The fact that he's now going for markets, I think that he's caught on to Cookie's strategy. He is leading with the city as well. You know, Cookie, he sees that Cookie's not really going very heavily on the push. You know, he has 4 warriors almost lined up, plus the 3 swordsmen plus the warrior lined up. Yeah, Cookie's going for a market as well. Gets the giant here.
Yeah, I think he might be going for a push. He could be. Again, I
Yeah.
I think he is. Excellent. There we go. Cookie, I apologize. I wasn't aware of your game. This is what I want to see. He's down in stars. He's down, obviously, in score. He's not going to be able to see his opponent's stars, but he's going to understand, looking at his situation, I'm blocked off. I have to do something. You know? I have to do something. Let's see, obviously, what that what those ruins contain. It could change everything, but I'm liking that he's gonna just go for a push here, and now Mythic has to divert resources to combat him. Now, it's worth noting that Mythic does not have vision enough on Cookie to know that. Well, like I said, Caperot. You said it like a native, like you lived there your entire life. Caperot is that kind of vulnerable from the sea. Let's see.
Yeah.
See, like, he just can't see that, but he does see this sort of force coming from the northeast. What's he going to do about it? What do you do if you're Mythic and you're seeing those 3 swordsmen and a giant behind them? Sorry, is that 3? Is that 4 swordsmen? Is that 3? It's 3 and a warrior. Sorry, 3 and a warrior and a giant behind it. What are you thinking?
Yeah, the first thing I do is probably make sure that I hunker up on riders, right? So riders are definitely going to be his strength against those swordsmen. So the thing about, if he produces a unit there, Cookie will be able to siege next turn. So he might not actually even build any troops here at all, and just go for riders in the back. He is now currently, double the stars. Hey, you can see the riders now coming in. Yep. He has double the stars, and I'm not sure. I obviously I don't have the live technology overview. I'm not sure if he's close to forestry or not. I don't think he is.
Archery. Which
archery
one?
is interesting here.
Or...
Yeah, mythic. So I don't think he has forestry. Okay. So he wouldn't be close to mathematics, which means he doesn't have the catapults either for defense here. Because, you're looking at this. Cookies is pushing in for the looks like at least push. Now.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
let's not forget this is his capital, right?
Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken, if the capital falls, it's game over. So, oof.
Cookie knows this too. A little bit unlucky that archer went back. Yeah, I think he was hoping that he went forward there. But yeah, he goes for climbing because he definitely wants to advance there. Finds the village as well, which is right next to that lighthouse. That's going to be good for him. So what he could do here as well, as soon as he captures that village, which he most likely will, because again, Mythic is nowhere near that village, he can do an explorer. He's going to get the Eye of God. Yeah, there we go. Forestry is moving into it as well. And
big star advantage, remember,
Mythic can always do the giant push as well, should that village be sieged, because he has 2 units, 2 big swordsmen, and he's not going to be able to kill both of them, I believe. So,
it's a little bit tense, isn't it?
Yeah, this is
You have to think, if Cookie's push doesn't work, if Cookie's push does not work, you have to think he's not buying a place into the final. It's how well Mythic responds. It's how well Cookie's able to bait him into positions. Let's not forget that Mythic can't see that other city, can't see those reinforcements. Presumably now gets his own giant. Okay, it's getting tricky. He's not making any clear and obvious errors that would imply that Cookie's going to be able to fully push here. But let's see, eh? Well, much quicker turns, by the way, this time around.
Yeah, they're playing very efficient here. Good border growth as well by Mythic here. Gives him, first of all, vision. Not just in general, but also over the lake. But we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, obviously, yes, Mythic does have double the stars. What I'm looking for here from Cookie is for him to go towards markets. Because he definitely needs to catch up to Mythic. He knows that Mythic has markets, but that border growth is very helpful. Incredibly helpful. You're going to see that now he's going to be able to get that double mine, which is going to boost his actually 2 villages, because he also has a mine up in Heck, I believe it's called. Hecht. So he's going to get a nice little push there in terms of his capital for those 2 villages. But yeah, he needs to move into to markets rather soon than later, if he's gonna have any chance at withstanding Mythic. Keeps going very aggressive here. The Mythic has a lot of options here. You know, he has 40 stars. He's, 40 stars per turn. He does see the catapult in the back though, so he's probably going to be a little bit timid in terms of doing that push. He knows that if he goes in, that giant is just going to die. So what he needs to focus on here is defense. He needs to figure out a way to deal with those two giants from coming in. We just saw him get forestry, so he's not too far away from mathematics, which means that he could be going for catapults himself, just to be able to deal with that immediate threat from Cookie. And 1 or 2, 3 turns later, I wouldn't be surprised if I see Mythic going for the ocean here. But his real first priority is making sure that he doesn't lose that capital right there.
Well, it would be embarrassing, to say the least.
Yeah, not just that, but it would also be very unfortunate to go out like that.
Right. I think you're right. I think he's going to prioritize the ocean. Right, mathematics taken.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not seeing too much danger from that sort of push. I think unless he panicked, I don't think there was going to be sort of a problem there. As now he grabs his own 2 giants in total. Oh, look at the stars difference. That is significant.
Yeah.
There you go. There's another one. Yeah, it was cool. It was kind of all or nothing. It was a bit of a gambit for Cookie there. Now, what can he do? Pushes forwards anyway. I like it. He's got a couple of archers in the back that sort of need to come. Another catapult.
He's
throwing everything at it. He has to.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, again, this is what I want to see. He knows, but all these players are good enough to know, what's sort of whether they're not in a winning position, right? So if he knows he's not in a winning position, he has to go for it. Let's see if it's enough though. Mythic in a dominant position, going to be creeping further and further. Couple of catapults now. He does like a catapult, old Cookie. I would have liked to have seen a stronger response from Mythic potentially, but we'll see. Like you said, I think he is going to go for boats on the water and then sort of figure out where the enemy is. And I think at that point it is curtains. Let's see how much can get done. 50 stars a turn. This is you're very wealthy if you're in the land of Mythic right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mythic is in a good spot, like you can. There are a couple of things that I've seen this game that I'm like, Mythic could have probably done that a little bit differently. I maybe would have done that differently, but nothing major, right? I think that the first border growth in his capital was absolutely the right play. The second one, you could argue about it, but what he's been doing right now is he's focused on economy, which is just, you see how important economy is in Polytopia. Because economy is options, and options is less time to think about, well, it is technically more, but at the same time, these options make your decision-making process a lot easier because you know that, okay, well, this is the solution. I can afford it, no problem. I'm just going to go for it, right? 3 times the amount of stars for Mythic at this point. So unless Cookie gets his stars up fast, or he's able to hold off a push, it's not looking too bright for Cookie here.
It's not. You think it's cross if I use the Cookie Crumbles thing twice in a row? I think people get mad.
Cookie crumbles, huh?
Yeah, if I use it as the saying, oh, that's how the cookie crumbles. I just think it's a great saying. I'm going to use it either way.
It's fine. Yeah.
Whether or not he wins, I will be using it. Let's see now.
I don't think he'd be mad.
An armada of ranged, legion, I should say, of ranged units there. In the fight, riding now, roads.
Yeah. So this is where he's going to move into markets.
Is it too little, too late? Is the problem?
Yet to see.
That's such a big economic advantage.
Yeah, Mythic has 2 more cities advantage, similar kills, but again the points when you get your points, or your stars, I should rather say, your stars up and running faster than your opponent, it really scales exponentially at a certain point. So what we're going to see here is Mythic is, looking from this, going to be able to hold off that push. Because he's got catapults in the back, he's got riders, he's got that swordsman. So he's got a lot of units to be able to deal with the threat that is currently coming. Obviously, it's going to be top priority, but I think what is going to happen here is Mythic is going to be able to push back, and then he's going to also move towards the ocean. Look at all the units. I mean, in the south side there, like I feel like these are all lined up because he's planning an ocean push as well.
What's the best way to deal with the units that he's seeing, all these catapults, or these sorts of hostile, intentioned individuals on his border?
Well, what he needs to just deal with these giants, right? So yeah, that's why he's going for these catapults, because he knows he can deal a lot of damage to these giants with the catapults, and he's playing defensively here. Cookie's also playing, he's positioning his catapults all the way behind those giants there, which is going to deal a massive amount of damage again to his giants. But yeah, there we go. That's fishing. He's going to go for the ocean now, and I think from this position now, if he actually pushes in, goes with scouts, gets vision there, Cookie is going to lose a lot of morale, I think.
I'd imagine that, yeah.
So
bear in mind, Cookie can't see what's going on right now. His first sight will be of the Navy.
Yes.
Let me double check if I'm right, but as far as I remember, that is going to be the case. Yeah, and having that sort of... would you have thought that he would have done that a little bit earlier from Mythic, the fishing?
Well, I think the correct play from Mythic here was to make sure that he was dealing with the threat up in the northeast. He's... I'm not seeing... because he has enough to deal with a giant siege, right? So... he has 1 catapult, 2 catapults, 1, 2, 3. I don't think that hits, that 1 catapult in the back there.
Yeah, Cookie can't see what is going to be coming his way. His first knowledge of the Navy will be... Here we go. This might be it. He's going to find out.
This is going to give him a lot of information here.
Oh,
Gets the Eye of God as well.
He sees one ship.
Yeah, so he knows he's moving towards the ocean here. But he doesn't see a huge portion of that middle there where a lot of Mythic's units actually are, including a giant, several warriors, catapults.
Another giant. Again, he has to take the capital. That's it. He has to hope that Mythic makes a mistake, does the maths wrong, and allows for Cookie to steal his capital from under him. That's going to be the hope here. In the meantime, Mythic... so far ahead in economy, so far ahead in sort of every quantifiable metric here. It's Mythic's game to lose at this point. Can Cookie create something, create a little bit of chaos to then take the capital, or will Mythic be the boulder that's just going to steamroll him in his path to the final?
Yes.
Let's find out.
I mean, this is, from Cookie's perspective, this is really where the rush becomes a plan or fails to become one, honestly. His pressure right now is helping slightly covering for the, economy, but at the same time, if he didn't go for that push, then it would have given Mythic more time as well. So it's hard to kind of predict what would have happened otherwise. I see if none of the players would have pushed, both players would have gone for the markets, both players would have just try to stack up, and then eventually we'd see one or the other. Most likely, just based on what I've seen, Mythic would have been on the ocean a little bit faster.
Yeah. I think for better or for worse, if I'm Cookie, I'm going straight on the capital right now.
Yeah.
You know, you just gotta hope that maybe he doesn't do the maths. Now, when it comes to Mythic's turn, what could he do to? I think he's debating that right now, to be honest. What could Mythic do to get rid of the giant on his capital? Because remember, if he leaves that one turn, it's all over.
Well, he has 2 catapults in range, plus 2 giants, plus 2 swordsmen, and a warrior that he can send in there. So he's going to be able to fend it off. Yeah.
But again, if he misplays, again, and that's just, correct me if I'm wrong, don't be nice. I don't see any other way for Cookie here. I think Cookie goes to the capital and just hopes, but I don't think he's going to do that this turn. The longer it goes, the more forces can be... Yeah, he does! There we go.
Moves in.
Now, let's see. He has to be very careful here, Mythic. 9 damage. Another 10. Just 1 click and he's clear. Sides instead to clear that. Let's see again. There we go.
And then the rider. Boom. There we go.
Nice. Well done. Again, I think Cookie had to push it and had to hope that Mythic made a mistake there. Mythic, from what we've seen, wasn't likely to make a mistake. Wasn't likely to lose his capital there. Gets sailing and starts the inevitable push towards the final, 1 ship at a time. Cookie, with all, I mean, the scores are similar, but with almost no way to come back at this point. Another giant now pushes into the well. That's the first giant in the water. I can't see a way. I cannot see a way for Cookie to come back. We're going to have to see. Again, anything can happen. We'll have to see.
Yeah, this is a challenging spot for Cookie. And again, it all comes down to economy, right? Mythic has a lot more options. There are a lot more things that he can do right now. You have the scouts, you have the pressure on the ocean, you have the strong defense. He's not going to be able to really break through and capture that capital. If Cookie is... Again, he doesn't have vision. So if I'm in Cookie's shoes, I'm just going to go back. You know, you can damage these guys, but I'd focus on getting markets live ASAP. He definitely needs economy here to actually stand a chance against the overwhelming force of Mythic that is about to unleash on him.
Yeah, again, he has to hope for a misplay. Does keep throwing sort of forces forwards. Does start to try and do some damage. But you have to think next turn, emerging from the mists will be a navy that Cookie cannot contend with. Nice little inverse of the last game. What turn do you think? is the question.
Well, I mean, at this stage, you know, we're looking at again, Cookie, you know, points wise, Cookie's only 1,000 points behind, right? So it's not like, you know, if it was 5,000, 4,000 points, Cookie might be okay. I am losing, but it's quite tight. I just don't think Cookie realizes how many more stars Mythic has been generating for this amount of turns. Right, so and you know, he can't even see the scouts and all the ocean troops. He can't see them, so he might, like I said earlier, he might feel that hit of like, oh, okay, this is gonna get challenging as soon as he sees all of those juggernauts and the scouts, and because remember, they can also push and damage any units that he has on the close to the lake / ocean there. Yeah, moves in.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to see it now. He sees there's nothing there.
Oh, he can. Oh, just not. Okay. All right, so he gets that village too. Yeah. He's like,
I think it's telling that I don't think Cookie even moved towards that village. Because I think he has a warrior out there. But Mythic, I don't know. I think Mythic's playing very passively now.
Yeah.
Again, he's got explored out west, you know? He's got exploring west. There we go. Go on, just take it out. You got a scout there. Maybe he thinks, is this it? You got nothing behind? Really? It's gonna be a long push to the capital, though. There we go. And the unit count keeps on pushing in favor of Mythic.
One more kill, and he's also got the killer monument.
I imagine it's going to come sooner rather than later.
Those giant pushes are going to be brutal now for... So he is... if he clears... Yeah, so he's going to be able to siege the village there.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's anything that he can do to stop that Cookie can do to stop it either. I really don't. I'm looking at it. I don't... Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 4 catapults lined up there. And this is really what I was, expecting, where the fighting was going to be. You had that north east side and then the ocean, and Mythic got to the ocean a lot faster. And at this stage, when you dominate the ocean like this, you just, you have such an advantage, and it's hard. Oh my days! Look at this vision from Cookie. He does not see all of these units.
No, he does not. Pulls his giant back, moves the next one in.
So he doesn't see that he has a giant.
He doesn't see that there are juggernauts. He doesn't see that. How many units was that? I think it's 6 units in the water. He can't see there are 6 units sitting there waiting. But this is what I'm trying to say. In the west, he saw that he saw that village this entire time, and he did not move to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just so focused on that eastern front. Let's see, he gets a giant.
Okay.
Free spirit.
Is he moving into knights? He's looking for a play here, I think.
Yeah, he's looking at what he can do.
And the thing is, he's going to be so disappointed when he sees that giant push in. Oh no. Because look.
Giant, I think you mean giants.
Well, the juggernaut, yeah, the juggernauts on the ocean, which are giants, yeah. Like, he's got 3-4 scouts and another... Yeah, he's going to get a market there. Look at that.
Right. Let's see the Navy start to march.
So dealing with that. Okay.
My God. There's just so much. There's so much there.
Yeah, he's got a huge defense here. You see just the... And is he sieging?
Let's see. Ramming.
It's ramming here. You can siege that. Boom. Yeah. So,
again, it feels like overkill. It feels overly cautious to me. Okay, you're taking the Western City. Again, he doesn't know. I'm not trying to criticize Mythic's gameplay. I think if he knew what we knew, he'd probably be like, right, all in, everyone aboard.
Yeah.
Straight north. But he's playing cautiously. Again, we're probably going to see him in the final. And let's start to think, how is this going to serve him going forward? He's got some very, very strong competition in the other semi-final, which obviously we're also going to be covering today. Let's see first, though, how Cookie reacts to all this nonsense, frankly, heading towards him. Can he? I don't think he can unsiege that city.
Well,
Giant done.
What does he have? He has 2 catapults that can reach him, 1 giant, and a rider. So I don't think he can, no. This is looking like...
it's not enough. And then there's also another giant behind him. And the siege in the west.
Mm-hmm. This is more and more looking like it's a game for Mythic, so it looks like he's going to be taking the win here. 2-1. We went 3 for 3 today.
Yeah.
So far.
Again, I want to say last week we didn't have a single sweep. So... we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Whereas the previous one, the games were quite snappy. This is probably our longest singular round. Each game was sort of, I shouldn't say in past tense because it's ongoing. Oh, I think he started to see what's what's coming for him.
Cookie realizes.
Still playing. Each round has been quite a lengthy one. I don't think we had a single one that was under 30 minutes. I mean, this one's going on 39. Chivalry, you're right. He's trying to do something.
He's trying to do something here. This is going to be very interesting. So, Mythic can see that that knight. So he's going to be able to prepare for that, move his units accordingly. So I'm not too afraid if I'm Mythic at this stage. I know that he has one knight. Obviously, if he has 2.5 minutes, so that is more than enough time to actually position his units. The most important thing when you're playing against knights is just not to chain your units.
Mm-hmm.
Or to create a huge blocker.
He could have half of his units wiped out, and he would still be in a very strong position. There you go, catapult down. Presumably going to take the city. 8 units to 24.
Oh, he goes for knights himself. Look at that.
There you go. One turn instead of the 2.
Yeah. And this is looking like game for Mythic. I don't think Cookie's going to come back from this.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, look at that. Pressuring, he's got a giant on that village. He's got chivalry now. He's got knights. He's got complete control of the navy there in the ocean. Captured the southwest village.
An explorer as well. Yeah, he's just hanging out. He's explored his local area. Well done. That explorer, that's just corruption there.
Short hike. But look at the points. Look at the points here.
Yeah. Didn't explore anything. Use a walker. It does. There is something to be said, though, for Cookie taking Mythic this far, 2-1. We said Mythic was a strong player. We've seen signs that Cookie is a good player. And it's also worth mentioning that Cookie can also come back in future weeks. Every week, there is a new qualifier. You at home watching right now, if you think you're good enough, you're watching the chat thinking, oh, I could have done this, I could have done this better. You can prove it. You can join qualifiers. Next week, we have the IMO. They're open right now, so you can go and join them. Our players that lose and don't represent a tribe can go on to try and represent another tribe. So Cookie could be back next week. He could be back the week after that. You could be taking the place of the IMO tribe leader. Chief, I think I'm going to say from now on. So it's sort of all to play for going forwards, and you at home can do that. Bear in mind as well, we have the grand finals in Stockholm. They're going to be live. Darren, you were a viewer last time. How do you think it's worth getting tickets?
Absolutely. It's if you're a Polytopia fan, it's one of the most incredible experiences ever. You're with a huge fan base of people who love the game just as much as you, and the atmosphere is vivid. It's beautiful. You have the developers of the game. You have, the live stream, the mingling. You have the casual games and the new connections and friends.
There it is.
But yeah, there we go, guys. Cookie resigned. Mythic goes on.
We have our first finalist. There we go. I think the writing was on the wall for a while there. Mythic doing well to maintain pressure, to maintain going forwards. Would you not say? What's your take on that whole game?
Well, I mean, both players definitely played, you look at Cookie, and he played very similar to what he did the first game. He was, well, actually, I take that back. It was looking like he was going for that, but then he decided to do the very strong push. Whereas Mythic actually kind of copied Cookie's strategy from the previous game, where he went for markets and kind of like a slow build-up and just defense. So, I think that in games like this, you never know what can happen in the late game because there are so many branches that it can go to. You have chains, you have, with the knights, you have, cloaks is another thing that is an angle that players can go for. So there are many different angles that players can go into, but the most important when you're playing VENGIR is that early economy.
Absolutely. And I think, again, we saw the economy winning the day in all 3 games. Now, we have one finalist. We have yet to find out the other. One name I want to bring attention to is Cross to School. Cross to School automatically qualified for the quarterfinals because they did represent the VENGIR tribe last year. So Cross to School is one to watch. Can Reese get past Grotzer School and challenge in the finals. We're just going to have to go and see. That is going to be very, very, very soon, chaps. And we're going to take a short break and be back with that semi-final. All to play for. Can the VENGIR Chief maintain his crown? We'll see. Hello and welcome back. If you are just joining us, well, you've made a mistake because you missed a hell of a semi-final between Cookie and Mythic RNG. 2-1, and we have our first finalist, Mythic RNG. Darren, what do you think of the next matchup? You know, it's Reese Harms versus Cross the School being the previous VENGIR champion. What do you think that does to mentality of both these players?
Well, for starters, for Crocs to School, you know, he knows that he knows how to play VENGIR. You know, the fact that he's here on the basis of that says a lot. He's done this before. He's been here before. And I'm not too sure how the other players' play style. So I'm very curious to see how this is gonna pan out. I mean, when we're playing VENGIR, it is always going to be a slower start than most other tribes. So this can go in both directions, but from what we've seen so far, I think we're going to be in for a treat for sure, because these games go on and we're definitely going to see some late game action, unless of course there is a very obvious, early game village
early
advantage
and push and fear struck into the enemy. We have yet to see the same champion twice, I believe. So maybe Cross School could be the first one to break that chain, first one to defend their crown. We're going to find out in just a moment. Here we go. The second semi-final to decide the second finalist begins now. Now, let's not forget this is a best of 3. We'll definitely be seeing these two at least twice, maybe even 3 times. It's worth mentioning, as of late, we have not had any sweeps. In my opinion, that speaks to the quality of competition. Take me through the start.
Well, both players start in the south here. You got Reese, who has a close... both players also actually very close access to the lighthouse here. We have one village. Let's see if Reese gets a village here. No, he doesn't. So it's looking like Crocs to School is going to have an early game village advantage here. But what I'm looking at here is, a great forge spot for Crocs to School. He's got 3 mines. So he, looking at just the start of this game, if I had to quickly analyze this, I'd say that, and my prediction is that Crocs to School is probably going to get the first giant here. And we're also going to see an early fighting, a lot of fighting early game, because they're just so close to each other. Look at that. They meet each other.
Hello.
And that was fast. And the fact that it's a little bit unlucky for Reese Harms, because he needs to somehow try and find more villages. He needs to go to the northwest ideally, and get some villages, because he knows that now Crocs has full control of that village, and he's got a swordsman on there.
Yeah, he's not shifting him anytime soon. Crocs sees him. Go on, just go for him. Just knock him about a bit, son. Now, it is worth mentioning that you say that he's on the village and Reese needs to go and find more villages, but Crocs is kind of trapped here. Obviously in a very strong early position, but if he doesn't take advantage, I mean, I think this might be a shorter game, because I think if Crocs doesn't take advantage of this early sort of lead he'll have, he doesn't push. But to be fair, he doesn't know what's behind it. It probably would have been a mistake to anyway. But again, there's more of the map for Reese to explore here and push his past. Oh, sorry. Oh, is he going to contest it?
Well, he's definitely going to try and go in there.
Please do.
Looking... Yeah. Goes for the start. Okay. That is a safe choice here. He knows where he is, so I don't think he's too concerned with getting as much vision. But this is
this is an interesting start, huh?
Yeah.
Both players meet each other on, what was that, turn 3?
Turn 3.
There we go. A little bit of violence. First kill on turn 5. Sees the warrior behind. Oh. It's a great play, though. It doesn't take any damage on that. Yeah.
I think Reese is able to siege next turn.
I think you're right.
If I'm not
trying to do the maths.
Yeah, because the swordsman is going to deal, what is it, 7, 8? And then he's got 2 swordsmen. And then So if he just goes climbing, he's able to kick that off, and then Crocs won't have any defense. So is he going to go for a defender, a wall, or stars?
Oh, this is a very interesting early. This is such. Now, I think the game itself is flying in the face of what we said. We literally said we were talking about this in the break. We're having a little chat about the previous games. We're having a chat about this game, and we thought, yeah, these are longer games. You even said the words, we'll get more into the late game. It does go for walls.
Look at that. Goes for walls. Now,
this is interesting.
Question is, does that break through, yes or no? So what Reese needs to consider here is, you know, because he has to go for climbing if he wants to siege that. If he can, though, I'm not sure. This is where I need the poly calculator actually live. Let me pull it.
I heard you turn. I heard your entire body turn so you can start typing away. I think this is such an interesting early game. This is, again, I think it's whoever wins this early battle is going to win. Again, let's not forget. There we go. A little bit of combat.
Okay.
Takes out the swordsman. Okay. All right. Interesting. Gets a swordsman. Gets a warrior. How does Crocs respond? Pushes a warrior forward. Is he going to... Oh my god. This is... Yeah. Does a little bit of damage there. This is great. Again, Crocs has the initial advantage, but he is on the defensive. If he can, I think if he can hold this push, gets the swordsman, if he can hold this push, and I think he's going to be able to, he will be in the strong position. Now, can Reese, who doesn't see what's behind it, what move is he going to make? Because if he pushes, all right, there we go. 2 full-strength swordsmen right there. And now he's going to send the warrior west. He's not going to get fully caught up in this. He's going to think, all I need to do is distract my opponent. I need to keep his eyes on the battle, on the city of Stuth, which is a terrible thing for a caster to have to pronounce. I mean, come on, give us a chance. Heals his warrior. Let's see. Again, he's got him back into the corner. Now, I have a suspicion that is going to be a land bridge up north. What do you think? I don't think it's just going to be water there. I don't think it's that trap.
It might. Yeah. No, I'm curious to see what that's going to be. But, you know, first of all, that wall was a very great play. Because even with 2 swordsmen, he wouldn't have been able to siege. The warrior would have survived with 1 HP. So it was the correct play by Crocs' school here. Now, the question is, will Reese focus on expansion? I think he will. I did see his warrior move a little bit more to the side there. Yeah, look, so he's going backwards there. He realizes that I'm not going to be able to take that. He tried his luck trying to get that early siege, and if he would have gotten that, it would have been huge for Reese. But Crocs was able to defend that very well. He's currently one city up, but again, that did cause his technology to become a little bit more expensive. And now you see that Reese has 13 stars. So he's got some choices here.
There's also an awkward one. He has a swordsman on the front line that has 4 health. So he's pushed him forward to use to sort of scout around a little bit. He has to know this is in a bit of a disadvantage. Now, it's also worth mentioning, Crocs could push him as well. If he doesn't commit enough, nice, well done. Good kill there. And he's going to push. He is going to push. Continues the pressure. And again, you're going to want to see that warrior keep on inching forwards. There you go. Found a village. This is really nice play from Reese, who again, let's not forget, is taking on the reigning, defending champion of VENGIR. This is, it's very nice play from both of these players. Doing the best with what they have. And both of them, again, we had to get up a calculator to figure out what Crocs and what Reese were doing in their heads. Let's see now.
Okay, see the village, forwards. I mean the ruin there.
You can't ignore the swordsman, there you go. Which stops him from going north, by the way. Which obviously Reese doesn't know, but that's a lot of time lost.
So Reese is gonna pull back with the other village here, and you know, looking at this right now, Crocs, of course, has to be able to defend. He can't afford to lose any of these villages right now, because it's what you just said early on in the game. He is a little bit restricted there, right? Like you got the ocean, the lake. His only path is either to go for a push, or to go for fishing, or to, you know, slowly, 1 turn at a time, go towards the north east there.
Yeah. And it's such nice play from Reese here, pushing forwards with these swordsmen. Each time pushing forwards, and it's fantastic because it's forcing Crocs to spend resources on defense. He has to. There's no choice. So now he's going to threaten the capital, and Crocs has to throw warriors at the problem, get more swordsmen. Now Reese does have to be a little bit concerned that he doesn't get overwhelmed himself. I don't think that's going to happen here. But what fantastic play from both sides. I do like Reese just continually pushing forwards and taking the gamble. Now, let's see how Crocs is going to deal with this enemy warrior in his midst.
Well, I think he knows that the swordsman can't really do much here. You know, so gets the defense. He knows he's safe now. 10 stars left. The question now is, you know, where does he move? If I were him, I'd really try and focus on either pushing somewhere towards the northeast there, or maybe launching a counterattack himself, because Reese now sees that he has a lot of land that he can expand into. He's got another village here. He might go for, well, he should probably go for technology here. I think he might go for hunting forestry, or he's going to go for some roads, is my prediction, simply due to the fact that he wants to be able to defend, and he's got a lot of forests around his cities, especially the first capital and that third village that he's about to capture. So he needs to be able to defend. Yeah, hunting forestry here.
There you go, nice. Level up the city count. Finds
and continues to advance. Gets the first giant. I was wrong. I actually predicted that Crocs' school was going to get it. Looks like Reese is getting it. Fairly so. I mean, Crocs' school had to focus a lot of resources into a defense here.
Yep.
Lost out on 5 stars due to the fact that he had to go for the wall. and fairly so. I mean, without it, he would have lost. That is huge. That is huge for Reese.
Explorer, right? That's insane. Turn 10, it's the first explorer. I will also say, nice, he already had his moves planned out. Look how quick it is from the champ. Knew exactly what he wanted to do and how he wanted to get there. Like I said, it's worth saying that this defensive pressure that Crocs had to deal with Reese gambled. I want to make that very clear. Reese gambled. It was a very calculated gamble to push forward with his 2 warriors, and he's reaping the benefits from it now. Initially, Crocs in a much better position, very, as in like the 3 cities to 2 for that long, and forcing him to dedicate those resources takes away that advantage and now puts that into Reese's hands. So this is going to be a very interesting series. I think this is going to be a 2-1 sort of series. Both these players very good. How fast was Crocs there, huh?
Yeah, he was incredibly fast. And one of the things that he did as well is he saved his stars, as you can see, right? He didn't actually spend any of his stars, and I think he wants to, because he did take a little bit of time towards the end there, when it came to ending his turn. And I think he was contemplating, what technology am I going to go for next? Whereas, you know, he wants to spend that time and throw it over to Reese. And look at the time bank, by the way.
Yeah.
10 seconds on Reese, 3.5 minutes to Crocs' school. But yeah, he was able to think, goes for hunting.
There you go.
Goes for climbing.
That warrior did his job. And now he can see the giant coming his way.
Yeah.
There you go. Use that information, grabs forestry. I like that he has all of his troops positioned in the mountains, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He has to set that city.
Great. Yeah. It's great positioning because of the defense bonus here.
Mm-hmm.
But he is now seeing that giant.
I mean, he has to get one himself.
Yeah, he is. He's got a
border growth.
We got border growth. And now he's going to be able to go for the giant next turn if he wants to, with all these forests that are around.
Oh, I like that move. He's just probing a little bit like, hey, all right, I see where you're going. I now have a good amount of troops that you forced me to buy. Watch me use them. Let's see how Reese deals with this now, this newfound.
So what will he get from the rune here?
Ooh.
As long as he's not an explorer, he's good.
What's the second most useless thing, do you think? Oh, there you go, population growth.
Oh, that is very good for him. So you can go for a second giant here. If he wants to. I think he has an unused forest. So there's 3 warriors there that are lined up by Crocs' school. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Gets the giant and a swordsman as well.
Lovely. I mean, surely he just goes for it, right? 2 giants. You know your opponent's going to get one, presumably on the next turn. Just go. Keep that pressure up. Again, it's whenever he can put that pressure on him. It's better for him there, and he's getting the units. Now 8 to 8. I do like Crocs hiding in the mountains.
So both very similar, but yeah, Crocs is getting that push. Gonna get his own giant here, and he can afford. He could afford 2 giants in his yeah. So he's gonna go the monument
Sure,
here.
that's what he's gonna do. Yeah, that's very evenly matched.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice, well done.
Caught up. Actually, got back on. Oh, stars. That's actually very, very good here. Stars gives Reese a lot more options. The only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about here is his timing. So he needs to be able to think very quickly.
Yes.
If he wants to make some good moves. So, you know, is he going to push? Is he going to defend? Going for defense there. Deciding not to attack that swordsman. He knows it's on a mountain, right? So he has that defense bonus here. Now, the correct play, I would say here, is for... there we go. I was going to say go...
Yeah, me too, buddy. Sure, yeah, that's what I was also going to say. That you can just admit you didn't.
No,
that's what I like to do. I wait for the players to do something, and I go, "Yep, it was my,
and then you're like, yeah,
my suggestion."
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was 5 seconds too late there, but no. I was gonna say the correct play here for Reese here is really just to focus on defense, because now that Crocs' school has his own 2 giants, and not now as well archery, both players are gonna go for a push here. So
yeah,
you know, the question now is. It's looking like Reese is in a little bit more of a expansion mode here. Because Crocs knows that he is kind of limited. His only movement is that northeast side with 1 warrior, if I was not mistaken, unless it's a swordsman, but I think it was a warrior. So, and you look at Reese here, who has, you know, the additional, he got the additional village, and he's getting another one, so he's going to be up 1 village. Which is going to help a lot, and it's looking like he's going to get faster expansion as well towards the north side of the map there. There might be some villages hidden behind the fog of war. Very equal in terms of start. Goes for fishing here. Okay. So I actually like this play a lot. He's going to be able to move either into... that village, and
nice. Immediately attacks that juggernaut. Not liking the free reign that Reese is giving Crocs here.
Yeah.
He wants
to defend. So he's got catapults though. Catapults are very effective in defending against, you know, both the giants. As well as those squishy archers and warriors as well. One tap them.
Now, if he jumps on that city, there's climbing. If Crocs puts that giant on that city, it's a little bit awkward to deal with it. I wouldn't advise it, but I'm trying to do the maths like in my head.
Yeah.
There we go. Nice little bit of splash damage there. That's very well played.
He is... I think he might be able to defend this. So Crocs' school could move into that village. He's got a lot of archers in the back there. An extra giant following up. But it's looking like he wants to... Is he going to border growth this? Or is he going to... goes for the extra catapult. So this is This is a good play. He's really just going defensive here.
Yeah. So he gets into the mountains, right? Now, how far does he want to take this push? That's the question. I mean, he's a city down. He's about to not be, to be fair.
Yeah,
guys, this is a great game. Look at this. They're just constantly fighting the entire time. I mean, Reese was 7 kills to Croc's 4. So, I mean, that was just from the early attacks there. But both of them kind of mirroring each other to a degree. So a fun little symmetry. I enjoy the Polytopia games the most, where both players are constantly probing each other's defenses and constantly trying to force a mistake, push the action a little bit, and give their opponent something to think about. It just makes for so much more of a sort of a mental game between the two, because it's a lot to concentrate on.
It is, and you know, right now what we're seeing here is, in terms of map control as well, it's going to be interesting to see Reese expand, because he's now got fishing, so he's going to be able to expand on the ocean there, and if he can defend properly from that push that Crocs is currently launching, while also simultaneously initializing a expansion towards the ocean there and get a little bit of control, he is looking in a good position. Because remember, what matters here is really, can they capture villages? And from this position, Crocs' school cannot confidently capture Reese's villages.
Yeah.
That one giant might cause a little bit of trouble. And I think that's what he's trying to calculate right now. He might even have his Polytopia damage calculator up to see, if I move my giant in there, I see his catapult, I see his 2 giants, I see another swordsman, but at the same time, he has 1, 2, 3 archers, and then another one lined up in the back there. So right now, it's just all about planning and calculations. Can it survive?
He's thinking a long time about this. I think he's trying to do some calculations. Maybe he can push for that city. Maybe what happens if he does? Because remember, when you're talking about combat in Polytopia, you're not just thinking about the current turn. You're thinking about, okay, I push in, then they defend the city, then I have the counter attack. We'll often see cities change hands 4 or 5 times before the eventual conclusion is reached. So that's presumably what he's doing right now. Alternatively, he has unfortunately slipped and smacked his head on the keyboard. We're going to find out soon which way it is. Hopefully it's the former, not the latter. This is a long time. This is a long time. He's thinking hard.
Crocs' school is definitely thinking hard here.
Oh, hang on. Hang on. I'm just receiving a little bit of a report. It looks like there might be a little problem with Crocs. We're going to have to see how that goes. We'll have to see. But it might not be thinking time. It may be something else entirely. We're going to hang tight and see how we handle this. But more to the game. Whose shoes would you rather be filling at this point?
Well, at this stage, I'd probably be Reese, right? I mean, the reason why is because his early pressure really had to force Crocs into defense, and what we saw was the fact that Crocs had to go fully defensive here resulted in him losing a little bit of economy early game, made him focus a little bit more on the aggressive side, whereas Reese, yes, he did focus on a couple of units, threw them in there, but it gave him more time to focus on economy and expansion. As we saw, he got huge territory on that northwest side, so that is giving him a little bit of an advantage. And now with the catapults, I'm feeling very confident about Reese. But again, it's like you said, Crocs' school, he shouldn't have taken this long to think. It's definitely looking like a connection issue, so I'm not too sure.
Well, we'll just see how it goes. I'm sure we'll have some sort of decision here. Now, I will say, from Reese's point of view, in terms of the mentality, right? You are playing against the champ. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, sure, he didn't get all the way, but he was one of the 12 players. Just to clarify for everyone who maybe is just joining us a little bit late here, we have 12 tribes. that are going to be represented, and they're going to be whittled down to 8. So he was one of those last time that was whittled down, and didn't quite make it all the way. This is where the tribes, now we have VENGIR versus VENGIR, but in that qualification, the sort of tribal qualification, we are going to then see one tribe versus another. We're going to see Yadak versus VENGIR, for example. So it is right now who has the better skills as this tribe. Later on, we're going to start to see more in the mix when it comes to not just how good you are as your tribe, how good you are as your tribe versus, let's say, IMO. You know, and this is the interesting part about VENGIR, because historically, as we were discussing earlier, VENGIR not often chosen for the meta games, right? Prox did struggle against those other tribes. Having said that, when we were talking when I was talking backstage with the players, with the champs, live in the final in Stockholm, they were very aware of each other's strategies, and Slimming Boy was one that they weren't aware of and weren't aware of how he was going to play, and that guy came second. I would say not off the back of just good gameplay, but also of this sort of unknown quality that he did things were a little bit different, you know, a little bit strange. I mean, again, you've played competitively. How big of not being able to predict your opponent, how much does that play into your own sort of mentality?
Oh, I mean, it makes a big difference, right? Like being able to predict, not just predict, but also the information that you have from your opponent. Like you can see the full map. It's going to make a big difference. And when you see not necessarily the full map, but sections that your opponent has, it's going to make a big difference in terms of how you can predict what your opponent is going to do next. But yeah, no, this is it is true what you said, right? Like VENGIR is not stable top tier, I would say, comfort pick. It's an upset tribe, right? It's very dangerous with the right spawn, but fragile with the wrong setup, the wrong spawn. So, you know, if VENGIR is going to compete against the other tribes, there has to be a little bit of luck involved, which is also, I think, why we haven't seen VENGIR perform that well in terms of, well, against the other tribes, and why, quite frankly, they do have a little bit of a reputation as you know, a weaker tribe. So it's always funny to read the comments and see that people say, oh well, who's gonna play VENGIR? Like what's the, you know, there is this level of skepticism around it.
Well, to be fair, I remember off camera you said that all VENGIR players were just terrible at the game. I think that was word for word, right? Am I?
This is a lie, ladies and gents. I never said that. I never said that.
But hey, look, I'm just saying, my only source is on the stream now. What can I say? If you go back 10 seconds, there's a Twitch and YouTube live stream confirming that's what you said. So if you're a VENGIR main at home, I apologize for my co-caster here. He's really, you know, not that polite to the VENGIR. I mean, just saying. By the way, do you have a favorite tribe before I start slandering your name more?
Yeah, no. Illyrian is my favorite tribe, which is obviously not in the qualifiers. It's a special tribe, but I love these dragons, man. That's how I fell in love with the game. Especially the whales before the patch. When you had the Illyrian, you had these whales that instead of the starfishes, and this was, you know, before all that, you could just convert the whale, and then all of a sudden you had a super strong water unit. But I still like Illyrian. Yeah.
I mean, of the 12 like tribes, you know,
I think still Bardur, for sure. Bardur.
Yeah.
Bardur is my favorite in terms of the strongest. I mean, obviously you can't not look at Imperius, right? I think Imperius won last World Cup. Definitely a very strong player. I mean, Arthur is incredibly skilled at the game. I remember I was watching him analyze a game, and the way he thinks, right? Like, he's so fast with it. He's like, you know, bad move. I should have gone there, you know, blah, 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 blah. And when you have that level of you know, focus and prediction power, actually, I watched a video with him and someone else. Maybe it was the Liberté and someone else. And what he said was that he had a notepad, and he was writing down every single point, every single turn for each opponent. And I was like, that is dedication. But the thing about that, when you play like that, what happens, the consequence of that is when you do it enough times, it becomes intuitive. You can just look at the score and you're like, oh, okay, so he just got 100 points. Okay, so you got 5 extra points from here, 10 extra, 15 points there, right? You're able to make these predictions a lot faster, leading to better decision making in these live games, which is so important. Most players, they play 24 hours. That's how standard Poly champions work as well. You have 24 hours to make a move, so you can take your time. But this is live, very different. So yeah, well, I went on a rant there, but
it's a great point. It's the mentality thing, right? Now, might be obvious to everyone at home that this is not what we're doing right now is not the usual sort of scheduled programming, but this itself, right, is part of the mental game. We're getting word now because of the early sort of connection issues. This game won't count to the score, and we're going to have a rematch for the players. So we're just getting everything set up in the background. Obviously, look, this is an esport. These kinds of things happen. I'm actually very surprised it's never happened before. So we're going to have to see. But obviously, we're getting information as it goes. Everyone's working frantically behind the scenes to make it work. But it does mean that you and I get to have a nice, chilled chat. You never asked me what my favorite tribe was.
We can play some bets. I was literally about to ask.
But you didn't, though, and that's the hurtful thing.
Yeah, but that's because you interrupted me with the update. You didn't give me an opportunity to ask you. When I actually said I was going to go, I went on a rant, I was going to follow up with, oh, I'm sorry, I just went on a rant. What's your favorite tribe, Lathe?
I'm sure it's very, very convenient. That, and you never said the VENGIR thing. No, sure.
It's true. It's like, this is you're being mean, man. What are you mean, huh?
I've never been mean in my life.
You're throwing shade at me. You're like, oh, he said that every VENGIR player is bad. Like, you're just trying to just ride a bus and just...
I would never say that. Look, I never throw my co-casters under the bus. I'm just saying.
No,
right. So, chaps, right now, we're
tribe?
My favorite tribe is Umaji, by the way, just so you know.
Okay.
Just saying, I like the quick, fast-paced action. We're gonna throw in a break now, and we are going to take just a couple of minutes. We're gonna be right back to get the players reconnected, give them a sec, because obviously this is not usual. So we're not going too far away. So make sure you stay seated. Take this opportunity to get hydrated, grab some snacks, and we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. Little impromptu break there, chaps. I hope you're feeling refreshed. Let me explain. Now, the Polytopia, just too intense. Too many people watching, too many people around the world enjoying what is going on in the Polytopia world. And so we had a slight technical difficulty. That does happen. So as the game was so even, it was so close, too hard for us to call, we have instead decided to grant a point to both of our players, which means it's 1-1, which means we're about to start the best of 3, 1-1, winner takes all, winner goes to the final. Both players have agreed to this, both players are okay with it. It means a best of 1 in this case, very intense sort of finale. We're going to be getting going immediately, pretty much immediately. Both players are ready. Like I said, they're happy with the situation, we're happy with the situation. These things happen, but it's time to move on with some excellent Polytopia any second now. Darren, take it away. The next final is about to be crowned.
Yes, we're live here. This is going to be the final game, like you just mentioned, everyone. And first of all, huge props to the players here for agreeing to this. I mean, it's going to be tense now. Whoever wins this is on to the tribe final. So looking at this opener right here, you got both players. Interesting to see Crocs to school going towards the south here. Reese is getting 2 villages very early on. Crocs has yet to find one. There he goes. Gets a village and resources from the ruin there, which is huge for him. This is going to give him some options here. So the fact that he's got, the extra stars gave him that early rider. And what we're looking at here is most likely early expansion. So he wants to use those riders to kind of use that as a fallback for him not finding those early villages, right? So that's his little failsafe here. He's going to be able to cover 2 distances. Look at that. Gets caught up already and finds Reese. So he's not able to siege that unless he can find a way. Yeah, there we go. So he was able to get the upgrade, gets the rider. So he might, yeah, he's going to be able to siege that. And I don't see a way for Reese to actually save that city there. Does this remind you of something, Laith?
I'll tell you what, we could have asked for better, huh? Polytopia went, what if we did the same?
You look at the game between Mythic, in terms of that middle village at the center of the map, which is very tightly dense, and it's looking like both players really have, I would say, very similar access to that village. Obviously, Crocs' school has 3 tiles that he can go for, whereas, Reese has 3 tiles, Crocs' school has 2. But he's taking a while to think here because he saw that rider, and he's probably considering, well, if he has another rider, he's just going to capture that. So is it worth it for me? Now, what I would do actually is capture and do an explorer here, if I was Reese, just to get vision of what's going on down there.
Well, you were making comparisons between Mythic and that game. Reese pushing immediately central, pushes off the city.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was either that or the explorer capture, but I think this is the safer option because now he gets to use that same warrior to potentially, unless, of course, Crocs' school is going to be a savage and hunt him down. But okay, gets the explorer here.
Ooh. He's going to also get the... he does get Eastern one. Wow.
That is huge. And he could potentially go for Rhodes. So look at this play. He could go for Rhodes, kill that unit, jump back onto the village. That would be massive.
You're right. You're right. He could. It's a big play. Goes for climbing.
Okay. Realizes that riding may not have led to the most. The climbing does give a lot of vision and gives him a defense on the mountain. So.
All right. Let's see what Reese does. He does see the rider. There you go.
So
Hello.
now he gets the meats.
The stars for the meeting. What is he going to do with those stars? Let's see. How are you feeling about this start between the two of them?
Well, it's very... it's quite even at this stage. I mean, obviously that early rider definitely caught Crocs' school off guard here. But what's so fun about this game is that this is, you know, a set of one, right? So, I mean, whoever wins this one is... both players are going to be a little bit more cautious here. And I think, you know, looking at this, you know, like we've discussed, VENGIR, yeah, you start with the swordsman, start with smithery, but the biome is just very weak. And I think one of the things that both of these players want to do here is to focus on economy first, because they know that if they try and, you know, go for a heavy push here, one of the other player is going to have to respond. But a strategy that one of these players could potentially go for here is a fake attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, meaning that should they see any warrior advance here, that is definitely going to raise the alarms and the bells for one of these players. But I'm not sure we're seeing that this game though.
Pulls back entirely.
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't want to risk it now. Does Crocs go for the city and go, thank you very much. Thank you. I'll take that village. He's got that water access with that village.
So both players are going to get water access next to each other here. If you look at this is a very, I would say this is actually a very even map in terms of spawn. You know, I don't see one player having like a particularly...
Which is exactly what we wanted. I mean, look, Sport RNG is, like we've said, is part of the game. It's part of Mythic's name, and he's a finalist. But I'm glad, considering it's a best of one, that there is sort of this sort of understanding here. All right, Crab's riding.
Which means that now he's going to be able to also deal with that village. And it's looking like this village is going to be contended here. I mean, Crocs does have vision. I'm surprised he doesn't send a rider up there.
On the villages.
If he,
now it's worth mentioning in the previous game as well. Neither one of them got the best of the other one. This is what we were sort of discussing. This is why we couldn't go to judge decision, because it was just so even. Both of them had their strengths. Both of them had their weaknesses. You know, it could have gone either way. And this is why this is the solution that the players agreed with, that everyone sort of settled on here. But it also means that neither one of them goes in with a loss or a win. Psychologically, that has to do something. You know, it's which of these players is able to contend with that sort of thing, because these things happen. It's a live event, you know, and it's all part of the experience as a player. Can you roll with the punches? Are you cool as ice? You know, let's see what he does. What do you think of this play?
Well, I mean, in terms of, I'm just looking around the map here at Crocs villages here, and he doesn't really have that many good forge spots here. He only has one that truly gives him two. I mean, he could probably border growth one, but he already invested a lot in Tibuna. He already invested a forge there. Everything else it's going to be quite tricky for him to get the double forge bonus. So the classic forge strategy. I can see why he's going for roads here. Both players are going for roads.
This is such an even game.
Yeah, this is very, very even.
He's just slightly behind on the village, on the city count for now, but will also surpass his opponent next turn. Then there you go. Next turn's going to pick up 2.
Yeah, so 2 villages here. It's going to put him up to 5.
And look at that water access in the west.
Yeah, he's got some good water access. The question here is going to be. Who's going to get that middle one? Goes for a nice explorer here. That's going to help him out a lot. Look at that. That vision tells him so much. If Reese is now able to capture that middle city and sends an explorer down, that would be huge for him too.
Yeah.
That's going to give him a great lighthouse as well, which will give him the monument.
This is such an interesting sort of multifaceted map here. You've got the central village that no one really feels comfortable enough to claim. It looks like maybe Reese is pushing on it. You have cities with water access in the east. You have something akin to that in the west. This is... Ooh, there's a lot of different ways you can win it and a lot of different ways you can lose it.
You're spot on there. And I think, you know, from this position, like, I don't see an immediate, like, okay, there is going to be obvious fighting here. I mean, of course, the middle, sure. But, you know, you have two, like you just said, two great places for ports and water access. But they're also cut off, right? So, okay, gets his first giant here, which is big. And he's going to be able to send that up fast, right? So he probably wants to hold off. Is he going to hold off? Yeah, goes for the second rider just to prevent Reese from getting that village.
Oh.
And then in the meantime...
Oh! Hello.
Okay.
It's a big fella.
Two giants. So right now, Crocs is most likely going to get that village simply because his giants are going to get there faster. Which will actually give him a huge bonus here. But in terms of cities, it's going to be quite equal. So 6, and then he's going to most likely capture that middle village, which is also going to be 5, and that, you know, north village to the east or to the west. That's going to be 6. So I think both players are going to be quite equal on the cities here.
Absolutely. it's really cagey intense.
This is going to be a very tight game, ladies and gents. I think this is, you know, one of these scenarios where, oh, swordsman.
There you go, nice. Giant starts to move up. I think he's making a play for that centrals. Obviously, he's going to make a play for that village. Now, can Reese knock him off it? That's the thing. In obviously, he's not going to do it next turn, but it is going to be your point of contention. Is this the edge that he needs?
Interesting to see the star difference as well. You know, Crocs is currently at 18, obviously due to the fact that he's gotten 2 giants, 2 villages, you know, pretty well leveled up. Okay, all right, look at that. Look at this play. So he's now going to bump that 1 unit off. This is great. So this is actually one of the things that I missed last turn, the placement there of these riders, which is really well because Crocs' school doesn't really have an immediate response to that. He could send that 1 veteran swordsman, maybe do a Rhodes, send it 1-2 tiles up, and then next turn he's going to be able to knock that rider off. So it's going to be interesting to just go back to Crocs' Visionaire just to double check and confirm whether or not he can see that swordsman coming. Because if he doesn't see it, that would be that'd be a little bit of a threat for Reese here. But well played by knocking that off.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like there's going to be an answer for it immediately, at least. Again, it's those giants that he can't see that second giant. That first one's going to be raising alarms. He's not going to be able to hold that that sort of central city. I think my priority at this point would be potentially trying to get onto the water. I just, mind you, having said that, if you invest too many resources that way, you might have your capital under threat. What's he going to do?
Oh yeah, I mean, so of course, we were just on Reese's view. Yeah, of course he sees the swordsman. But yeah, the thing about the water axis here is obviously, again, it's very restricted, right? They're just isolated to that tiny little group there and on the other side there. But it's going to be very useful, especially for Crocs' school when it comes to, if you can get a border growth, or essentially utilize the ports that he's going to get from that middle city, advance a little bit to the north there, that northern village that Reese has. It's gonna prove a big threat for Reese here. The same actually goes for Reese in the southern one. He can get a... I would actually say that if he can get water access faster at least, than Crocs on that southern city and get a little bit of control there. It's also gonna apply a lot of pressure.
So he gets in the ruins. Fishing!
Hey.
Look at that.
Helps him out a lot. So he's able to capture that. The question now, I think the correct play here is to capture and then explore for the lighthouse. Oh, is he gonna go for the...
It looks like he's... There you go, Explorer. Gets a little bit of population. Go on. That's some nice crystal information. Does get the Southern Lighthouse as well. Well done. Good play.
That.
Very nice play indeed. Picks up the stars. And he's got his own giant. There we go. Now, what do you think of that central position at this point?
Oh, this is definitely a great position here.
Oh.
Hello?
I think
Hello?
I think the stream can hear you fine. So I'll let you commentate for a bit.
Hello? Do you... Oh, okay, guys. I was worried there that I was disconnected. I was a little bit... Alright, guess we're back. Whew. Perfect. Well, so I definitely missed some stuff here. I think I missed about a minute of very important play here, but it looks like...
Yeah, welcome back.
Is there a giant there? What happened?
Yeah, look. You blink in Polytopia, things change. All right.
This is okay. Yeah, ladies and gents, my computer stream just started to lag, and I heard Lath in the background saying some stuff. And I was like, oh. And here we are.
Well, look, welcome back. You got a giant in the west. You got a push in the center. All right.
Okay.
This game is rapidly coming to a head, and I don't know who's on top. The star count, even, score, within 400 of each other. Cities, slight advantage to the Reese. Units, slight advantage to the Crocs. Now, let's not forget, it's two giants. It's... I'm getting stressed.
All right, this is this is a very even game. You know, just looking at this position, you have the big giant in the middle there. That was pretty obvious he was going to capture that. And double monument as well. So he went for the Explorer, obviously he did. Got the Eye of the God, went for the double monument, got the giant there. Absolutely amazing. Was able to fend off that little, potential danger by from the swordsman there, which was of course a big threat. So the question now is, when it comes to attacking, right? Because both players are playing a little bit conservatively when it comes to fighting. They know that there's not really one opener that I can make here to secure myself a village here, because that's the thing when it comes to games like this. You want to make sure that if you're going to launch an attack, you have a very high probability of capturing that village. Otherwise, you're wasting units, you're wasting stars, you're wasting focus. So looking at this map right now, we're yeah, this is very even, guys. This is very even.
You couldn't ask for a better best of one. You really couldn't. Oh, I'm glad to see it. I mean, at one moment, if you look at the chat, one moment they're like, Reese has got this. Well, the next moment they're like, wait, Crocs, it's in his hand. So I'm really enjoying that the audience seems to be split as to who's winning, because that's how you know it's an even game. Okay, the giant steps up, maybe to make a play. Slightly unsupported. That giant in the west isn't going to do anything, but look at the time difference. Does that speak to a psyche? We'll have to find out.
Well, Reese is definitely behind here. He probably did some math as well. I mean, he's been getting good connections. Grand Bazaar is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, well, he does have it, doesn't he not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm not mistaken, he should have it.
Capsule actually picked it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Goes for mathematics here. This is actually, very similar to what we've seen. I think the VENGIR meta is slowly revealing itself, right? Where you go mining, forge, of course, this is your opener. But what we've seen consistently so far is a combination of either riding roads and then to markets to then capitalize on the forge, or a mathematics rush and then you go riding roads, markets. It's really these three openers. And in games like this, slower games like this is going to allow for a lot more late game variations. So again, we might see some knights, we might see some cloaks, we might see some big naval units on the lakes, on the ocean here. This game could really still go both ways.
I completely agree. I mean, if you look, the difference here, I think, is that we have Crocs has got his forces concentrated in one area, has a stronger sort of central push, and also western defense, right? Oh, Reese going for a little bit of a poke there. Now, Reese, though, I think if Reese can hold out effectively enough to start to get any sort of naval superiority on that western approach, right? To stop Crocs from getting into the water. I mean, that's just powerful. One scout and he can pick off anything, you know? This is going to be... I mean, look at the star count as well. Previously, we saw... In previous games, not including these two, the last qualifier, we saw a big swing in terms of one way or another for the economy, right? And so one player had to make a push. Now we're starting to see both players will have a chance to come up with a strategy. How are they going to play it?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Big
in this position right here, Crocs needs to push back. He needs to be able to defend as much as possible here. I mean, if you look at the map, like on a layout, Reese has them kind of surrounded, right? Like the village all the way to the northwest and the northeast there. So it's like, if he's able to then push, maybe from the north, look at that.
Down goes the giant.
Yeah. Giant is gone.
It's great. He has Crocs has 2 kills. One of them is a giant.
Yeah. Unusual, but yeah.
Hey,
so
if it works, it works.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's all about winning at the end of the day.
It is. Shockingly, in an esports environment, it's about winning. Now, talk to me about this sort of western front that we've got going on here.
Well, you can definitely tell that Crocs is gonna most likely launch a good attack here. He's got 2 swordsmen, 1 veteran, 1 rider, catapult lined up, and a giant. So he's got a lot, and you know, Reese doesn't really have that much to respond with. So he needs to either start moving some units towards that direction, and start building some units of himself. But he does have a giant close to the ocean, which could potentially launch a nice little attack onto that village, either the middle one or Sasturz, right? So
his troops are, again, the unit counts aren't too dissimilar, 15 to 11, but Reese's units are very far spread out. And I don't know if we've been talking about it a lot, but I don't know if he had a great quote last week, which is, do your thinking on your opponent's time and look at the difference in time. Sailing. He has to, in my opinion. I don't want to say anything and commit too early, because I don't want to be wrong in front of the people watching at home and they call me a fraud and I get fired. But I would think that this has to be the play, right? He has to do something here to... Nice, okay. He has to do something here to get control. He's not going to get control through fighting on the land in that central portion. He has to mix it up a bit, and I think this is a great play. Let's see if it's the right one. Nice. Well, it's in the mountains.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he's gotten some pressure here in the middle of the lake here, it's going to force a response from Crocs here. But again, he does have, you know, the extra catapult there. Just killed the giant.
He's going eastern lake as well. Sorry, he's gone in the east as well. If he can control both lakes, because look at that, that's a level 1 city. He's not going to be able to get onto the water that easily, especially if he leaves it too long. So I think it's going to be a case of land versus sea here. This is we haven't seen this in the qualifiers. This is very exciting.
Well, not with you know, 2, because both are strong. It's not like one of them is overwhelmingly more powerful than the other. But yeah, the scout is going to go out now. Question is, where does this juggernaut go, right? So it could go towards oh yeah, that push is going to be scary, up in the
west.
I can't pronounce that.
A rare city with no vowels.
Yeah. Either way, he could probably go towards that middle city there. Take out some of these riders with his juggernaut, right?
Bang, nice one. Pendulum definitely flipping in favor of Crocs here. He's just got so much in the east that can't quite do anything. In a couple of turns' time, he is going to have control of the lake and is going to have be able to launch attacks with impunity. But That is not the case right now. Right now, the momentum is in favor of Crocs. Can he push forward? Can he forge a path to the final and gets fishing?
Yeah.
Potentially goes to lead his tribe once more. There we go, Explorer. What's he going to discover? There's only thing he's looking for.
Most likely.
There it is.
Oh,
no! No, he doesn't!
Just barely. He needed that. Yeah, he needed that.
That'd have been very useful. Okay. Right, Reese,
So,
ball in your court. Let's see what he does.
He needs to be able to defend this giant. Look at that giant right there. It's right up on his nose.
Wait, can he defend it?
Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
Look at that. That was a good one. That was a good. I think he can defend it. So he'd have to go for hit, and then potentially a swordsman on his capital.
He's just trying to get the numbers down enough such that he'll be able to take out that giant if, as and when that giant decides to go for it. Okay, nice. Now, here's the problem with the size of this lake is that the riders can sort of just pick off his scouts if he's not careful. But look at all of the troops that were in that center. Suddenly, the threat elsewhere. Again, it's that command of the sea. We're going to see now if Crocs can potentially do something about this eastern lake. Because again, this is what I like to see. Man, what a game! What a great game! This is fantastic to both players. Really, both players playing an excellent game. It's rare to see two strategies equal in strength, both played to their fullest extent. And we're going to have to see now who's able to sort of stick with it. This is fantastic to see.
I mean, one of them has, focused, pretty strongly on the fishing one. Has the scouts. The other is more mathematics. But again, the issue with these catapults, they're so squishy. One hit from the scout puts them at 1 HP. And then all of a sudden, they're in siege potential, right? Or in siege range. So, goes for the heal there. And I think, one of the things that we're going to be seeing here is, because he has one decent bomber spot that is Reese in that actual, so where Crocs to School has that little fog there. That's where he could safely place a bomber and just gain a lot of control over the surrounding land, or around the surrounding land there. He obviously defended his village very well, hitting that giant. The other thing that I'm just a little bit worried about here is his response to CEST, right, in the south there. So Crocs to School has to make a warrior there. He most likely will. He sees the scout. The scout goes on there. Depends on the... Okay, so he gets that. Moves this back to safety. Question is it going to be safe?
I don't think it is. I think it can get picked off.
Yeah.
Boom. Now that giant is suddenly very, very lonely and surrounded by enemies. Oh man, this is good. This is good stuff. Okay. Is he going to do anything with that Eastern City? He still has stars, okay. Grabs the swordsman.
The mathematics here, he could actually move into a markets angle here. He's probably realizing that, the push is not going to do that much.
Yeah.
Tried it. Didn't go as he planned. He maybe wanted to just force a response there. But, okay. Goes through the border growth here.
There you go.
Gets the warrior, okay. And the rider. Okay, so that's gonna deal with that threat.
He's ever so slightly behind in terms of stars. So every turn, 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. That will add up over time. I mean, let's not forget though. Oh, nice. Pushes in for the siege. Let's not forget though. 8 kills from Croc. So some of those stars have not gone to waste, but in terms of exchange of kills, 8 to 5, very favorable.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Wow, that's
very, very nice indeed. And another siege. He's going to have to be forced off there. Okay.
So this is huge in terms of, look at the stars now for Crox's school. He's
Yeah,
missing out on a lot of
fantastic.
stars.
Really, really fan. That could be a tipping point. Obviously, he's going to de-siege them, right? Obviously, he's not going to let his cities fall. However, that's a lot of stars to miss out on. Where does he push now? He has to respond. That stalls the push in the west. Fantastic. And the giant's starting to tumble now. This is great play from Reese. Oh! Honestly, fantastic from both of them. I mean, again, a best of one is dicey at the best times. Look at that scout taking out Ryder.
Yeah.
More
that is...
and more invested into the seas. A giant pushes up to defend. Can he take back Nistrad? Is it worth it? Can he do it? Fantastic. What a turn. What a phenomenal turn.
This is very good play by Reese here. He also kept his giant in that village there. He knows that if he does anything, that other giant is just going to siege, but Crox's school has to respond here. Hits that. Okay, so he's trying to, like, get him nice and low. Look at that. So unless Reese can do something in response to that attack, that giant is going to die. And he has 2 swordsmen still alive. Reese is going to be forced to make a choice here. Save the city somehow, or maybe just, you know what, you can have it and then focus his efforts elsewhere. But again, the okay, gets the killer here. That's going to be pretty big.
Interesting. Yeah, again, each turn, each player is sort of claiming back the momentum, you know, the pendulum swinging back. There we go. Cities DCs. Now he won't get those stars back, but that's going to be presumably next turn or turn after that. A giant dead in the west and a city firmly his. I don't see much that Reese can do to take the city in the west. He has to take this opportunity to push on other fronts. He has a giant in the center. He has firm control of the water, but is that going to be enough? Let's find out.
Yeah, well, I mean, Crox is setting up for okay, gets that.
There we go, nice.
Yeah, he can
hold
siege that.
You think?
By a giant push. He can go for a giant push here.
Okay.
So that's his response to that. Able to knock this down. Is he going to go for another scout? Yeah, he is. Kill that.
Nice, and that's firm control now. Anything that steps on Zast is going to get taken out. These are out of the range of his riders, so this is really good from Reese. It looks like Zast will fall. The West is going to fall. They're trading blow for blow here. We've got a rumble in the jungle, and neither one of these men are going down. Giant pushes forwards there. Presumably knows that the city's is gonna be lost next turn, and so opts to take something with him. I can't see anything else he'll do. Yeah.
I don't see anything that can help him here. I don't think he has 2 monuments. He's already placed 1. He's placed 2, as far as I could tell. 3, I believe. 1, 2, 3 monuments, if I'm not mistaken.
One thing I love is that the comments in the live stream at the start were like RIP Reese, and then later on it's like, oh yeah, Crocs had a bad one. It's fantastic. So you know it's a good game, because people like at any time are like, oh well, this is clearly one way. Oh, it's clearly another. Oh, this one's winning. Oh, this one's winning. Because again, every time they take a turn, something happens. All right, now he has got a lot of firepower here. Instantly knew what he was going to do. 2 catapults go. Now I don't. Yeah, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say the question here is, how does he deal with that giant, right? Because he can do the giant push, and he has a monument still. I didn't see him place the killer monument. He can do that. The question is, will his giant then be pushed south? It will, no? Or will it be pushed back?
Let's find out.
Back, yeah. So the direction it came from. Okay, perfect. And then secured that. But what does he do here? I mean, he doesn't really have a response for that, right? He's going to capture this village now. And quite frankly, like, when you look at the positioning, yes, he does have a little bit of Navy dominance here, but But Crocs has good defense. He's got a catapult there. So should there be a siege, he's got the riders in the back. He's got that catapult, which is nice and safe. His scouts won't reach that catapult. And he can always just keep playing catapults in the back. And he's not too far away from markets either. He's one technology away from markets, giving him a huge economy boost. And he's going to be up with a city. And he's now currently up a city as soon as he sieges that.
Again, the pendulum flips once more. Once more. He's making a very hard push for this eastern city that I don't know that I necessarily agree with. I think the forts, sorry, the stars may well have been better utilized, and the warriors may have been better utilized in the center. Because in that eastern city, there's a token force that's able to defend against him. Sure, he has 4 boats in the water. But is ZAST worth it when there's not really going to be... Like, it wasn't worth the exchange for... You know? Obviously, it's not like a pure exchange, but he's not going to be able to take the center. That push is stalled. He does have a giant. It's going to be tricky there. He has to make a play in the east. But what play do you make?
Well, I mean, he's obviously losing the top village there. So that's happening. At this stage, you know, he might want to go for bombers. I think that would be a safe play simply just because of control. But at the same time, he's probably also thinking about his economy. So if his economy goes too low where Crocs' school, you know, look at that sawmill. It's huge. You can do a very nice market there. He's got some other market spots lined up. So, you know, he can definitely boost his economy a little bit. And Reese can try and push him. But he needs to get control first and foremost. And prevent a very strong push. That's what he needs to do. This game is most likely going to, yeah, border growth there.
Let's see now.
Okay, so he's capturing this.
Now the economy flips the other way.
Yeah.
Now it's Reese with a unit advantage, but with an economic disadvantage. I will say Crocs has essentially maintained a lead. Nice, very well played there. Very, very well played.
Right.
That might be decisive. Getting that juggernaut in the water, he doesn't have anything that could contain that.
Can't really deal with that right now.
No, that's really bad. Another giant now. Is this the start of something here? Is the momentum building too much? Can he stop this rock from rolling down the hill and crushing him? I just don't know. What can Reese do?
Well, that is a very good question. What Reese can do here is, first of all, try and defend as well as he can. But it's looking like an economy play here. Like the thing is, both have vision. Both have very good vision, so we kind of see what the other player does. If I'm Reese here, I'm just trying to figure out, like, well, how can I first of all bait this giant? Because you're not going to be able to kill that giant. So you're going to have to be able to bait it somehow, get it nice and close to the edge there, and then maybe have some riders to knock off some health. You know, because from this position right now, his scout isn't safe. All of these rafts aren't really safe. One giant in the middle there, that's going to be huge for splash damage. Okay, so he's going to siege that.
Nice, very nice, very nice. Had to happen. Had to make a play for it. Nice!
Oh, that's big. That's big.
Very nice.
Very well played by Reese here. Very well played.
That was a catapult we thought was out of his reach, but there it is. Just as soon as he takes a hit, he gives one back. 14 kills apiece.
And he is now actually going to be able to... Yeah, I think he's...
Well done.
He's going to be able to siege that. Seems like.
I think so. I'm more on his behalf. I'm more concerned about this juggernaut in the water. But here we go. Oh!
Gets the double siege.
Very nice. Again, denying stars. Now the economic advantage is still, even with this, is still with Crocs. That western city falling was a massive detriment. Let's see what he can do here.
If he can hold on to this. Now, he does have the catapult there that is going to be able to take out that little swordsman there on his village. So he's going to be able to unsiege that. He's got a juggernaut as well. I don't see an immediate response. 1, 2, 3. No, it's just one unit away, I think, from one tile away from hitting that on CEST. Yeah, it's going to be very fascinating to see what Crocs' school does here. I mean, his only play really is just to try and advance his giant towards Sax to regain control. Because if Reese gets this village, you know, it's going to put Crocs in a difficult situation. Then we have the whole side of the map.
Oh, but pressure in the west as well, by the way. That giant moving forward, that's going to have to be dealt with. I do also like respecting the Juggernaut there. He didn't panic. He's taking his time. Is he? What's he building towards there? Crocs? What are you cooking? Surely
so
he can't.
He was able to unsiege, so he can send a rider there. Boom,
Nice.
Yeah, that was good. Good defense there.
Very nice.
Very good defense.
Yes, unit. Excellent. And that was the city we thought was going to fall. I think it had to fall for Reese here. Had to fall.
Yeah.
That's got to be devastating. And the kill's very even. Just going to do a little bit of damage there. See what the Juggernaut does now.
Good defense here by Crocs. Very good defense. The thing is, like, when it comes to the pushes, like, Reese needs to get some giants of himself.
Yes.
He needs to level up his cities. He needs to do some and apply some pressure here. Because without that, you know, he's not going to break through, and the catapults are in the back. This is it's shifting more and more towards Crocs here. He is again a village up, so it's, you know,
It's a village up. He's stars up. Only thing Reese has for him is units, but those units are not in the sort of the most aggressive place. Again, if you could sort of yoink them somewhere, it wouldn't be where it is now. Now he has there's a giant in the center, another one south of the lake, another one in the west, another one in the east. This is a lot of sort of firepower coming right back at him. So I don't know. He's gonna have to pull out something special. But every time I've sort of counted him out, he has done something. He's moved in a way. He's made a maneuver. So let's see if Reese is gonna do that. If he's gonna live up to his name and harm his opponent.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it's just I'm looking at this, you know, from a bird's eye view. Obviously, we both are, and everyone who's watching this as well. And you know, the one thing that is immediate is the lake, right? It's very tiny. There's not a lot of space to move around. If Reese, you know, he got that early naval kind of dominance, but it's not doing that much, right? I mean, these scouts are getting popped. They're too close to the edges, too close to the land. His riders and catapults can just simply kill them. Reese needs a juggernaut here, and he needs to apply pressure. Because
look at the turn timer. Sorry, but look at the turn timer.
Oh, 1 second. I didn't even see that.
I don't think he got all of the things he wanted to do off in time. I really don't. Look at the stars on unpaid. I think that's really rough.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think there's a lot happening in the west. The east has not gone as well from as he wanted. The center has been rebuffed, and now he has to try and defend. Reese on the defensive.
Psychologically,
That's rough.
Reese might be a little bit like worried here. Crocs' school has more time, more stars, more cities, more units. These scouts, I don't see them doing that much. I mean, he has the Juggernaut. Crocs has the Juggernaut right next to these scouts. And that's the danger when you have such small lakes. It's very restricted in terms of where you can move your units. So it would have been cool to see... Oh, he pushed that catapult forward. There we go. His rammer might be able to kill that. It won't make too much of a difference.
No, I don't know that it will. Again, Crocs slowly but surely pulling ahead. 21 kills.
The scores are also becoming wider. We went from equal to an extra 1,000 in difference to an extra 2,000 in difference now. So there is 2,000 point difference between Crocs and Reese. Big star difference here as well. Reese needs to do something here. He needs
something.
a mistake. He needs some kind of a play to actually come back here.
Turn 21 here in this best of one. This is 20 units now. He can't allow that to go unanswered. But what does he do? Like you say, where does he push? Where's the chink in the armor? Or is Crocs encased in iron? I just don't know where he would go. He's a player much better than me. Fortunately, he is one.
If I were Reese here, I'd probably try and focus a little bit more on defense, while also dealing with the. I'd rather deal with the juggernauts on the ocean, you know, on the water there, instead of the land units. And while I'll deal with those, I'd want to try and build up my economy a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's got 29 stars, 40 seconds left. He really needs to start thinking about his economy, but then again, I'm looking at the map here, I'm not seeing that many, you know, good market spots either. So
No.
this is a little bit tricky, you know.
And it's not a time for indecision either. And I think he's withdrawing from that city in the west, by the way.
Yes.
I think if that goes, it's done. Maybe he's prepping for something. There's such a strong defensive core in the center as well. Just beyond, if he wants to attack any of those cities, he has to march through hell on earth here. And I don't know that he has that in him. Let's see. Crocs now on the offensive.
Yeah.
Rammer down.
There we go.
It's more of a case of where does he want to push? Sailing.
This is more and more looking like a Crocs game here. Gets the splash off.
He's the defending champion for a reason, you know? He is the defending champion for a reason. He's not going to want that crown to go to someone else. He's going to be very disappointed if he doesn't at least get to the finals to contest it. And it looks like he may be heading there very, very soon. A push up the center. 11 units to 19, 24 kills to 18, 6 to 5 cities, and a massive 33 stars to 24. Just what could Reese do? This is overwhelming force. Again, I think he surrendered that western city. Another juggernaut in the water. Another swordsman in the center. We get it. You have a military budget.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to defend that that one city there. Simply too many units. Crocs' school is double units up now. And these are the kind of trades that actually, you know, shift the tides of the game. Like when you're able to effectively make decent trades like that, you're also saving stars, right?
Absolutely.
One player spends 3 stars on a unit, the other does the same, but one of them dies, you still have your 3 stars, whereas the other doesn't. So
he's got 50. Let's see what he can do with him. 116 on the clock now. Respirit. Chivalry.
goes for
Now there's
the
a play.
knights.
He's probably going to try and chain some of those catapults if we can get them all together. Knight at the back.
Now this is going to be interesting to see if he actually gets a knight through to the backline there. It's going to deal a lot of damage.
Let's see. He's 9 stars.
This is one of these moments where a good chain can shift the tide of the game.
Absolutely. And he's just got to wait for that one moment. For his part, Crocs needs to make sure that his boys stand shoulder to shoulder, cannot let that knight through. If he does, it could spell disaster in a game that he really should be winning now. He has been steadily pulling away, and it will take something major. It will take a big play, a big mistake, a single moment of indecision. And that could send Crocs packing. But for now, it is his game to lose. And just a second, he's going to take his turn. Presumably going to siege that city in the west. Presumably going to start making moves towards the east. Let's see what he does.
So he's sieging that as expected. I think his play here really is just to focus on, can I get a great siege in the middle? You know, somehow damage this this warrior.
Nice.
He's in there.
It's just constant good trade after good trade. I don't know that knight's going to be able to even make it in time.
I'm not so sure.
Again, his great advantage being in control of the lakes has not worked out. Nothing in the west. A token force in the east. Giants at the gates. I think it might be time for Peth to fall.
Yeah, and again, this is early game. It looked like it might be you know, give an interesting lake sort of naval battle here. But yeah, you can see that he's moving his units back. He definitely has vision on that knight. He knows that it's gonna come. He's making sure that even if that knight connects with the Strut, then it won't be able to advance anything, right? So his units are safe. Sees
and he
his
has more time. Again, even right now, 118, Reese is 127. At a time when he needs to be careful and cautious about his decision making, I think he's going to be just that. Again, 20 kills, 26. Right, Reese, 1 minute 25. Make something happen.
And he's going to go for the Unsieger.
Has to.
What I am considering here is he able to... No, he can't. Can't do the chain.
Yeah, I think
even if
he's
that
the same
knight
thing
goes down... 1, 2, 3, 4. That swordsman is still in the way for that catapult, so won't get through. Yeah, he's just looking to. He's just looking to, you know, yeah, try and push him back from advancing as much as possible. With that fact that he lost that city, or is about, well, no, he was able to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, he's kept in the west. He's killed the giant. He's halted the push. You know, to his credit, he is another knight at the back. To his credit, he is constantly looking. He's not out just yet. Again, advantage goes to Crocs. But he is not down yet, and those two knights are a gamble north. Will that gamble be something he's able to collect? We'll have to find out.
You know, at this stage of the game, I'm thinking like, okay, if you're Reese, what do you do here? Again, you just have to make sure that you hold off this defense.
Yep.
You know, and Crocs, what Crocs really needs to do here, hard push, hard push.
Completely agree. Again, the more he has the advantage in every sort of conceivable way, pushing that advantage is going to mean a much more. Ah, lovely, well done. What a play! You see that? That's just good stuff. I don't see how he can unsiege it. I really don't. Pushes forwards to the capital, pushes forward to the next city.
There we go.
I think this could be game, set, and match Crocs. But what a fantastic showing from both of these guys. Again, Reese going down swinging, and it was never a sure thing for Crocs here. Now, I want to be proven wrong. I want to go bright red and have called it too early. Let's see if there's something Reese can do, but I'm not sure that there is.
I'm not seeing it right now. I mean, Crocs did the right thing. He went aggressive, right? Like in moments like this, Reese can do some stuff, but he also needs to make sure that his opponent doesn't do the thing that he should have done, or he should do, but which is pushing. So Crocs' school right now is, he played it very well. He moved his one giant next to his village, two villages, sieging one. He's got one giant all the way over there. On the north, you know, towards the south of the map. Yeah, resigns here. He realized I can't do much.
Done, Crocs. Fantastic showing there from Crocs, showing why he is the reigning defending champion of his tribe, and he rightfully goes to the final. He's going to be up against Mythic RNG very, very soon. What do you think of that game?
Well, I thought it was a very close game for a majority of the game, and then all of a sudden you see that the tide shifts towards Croc, right? I mean, he was able to get a early giant push up there when he was very close to the swordsman, and he had the rider there. Got some control of that village, but then again, you know, Crocs' school goes ahead. You know, also the fishing wasn't enough. You know, the naval, the fact that he was on the water there, the water was just too tight for any movement. Safe movement, really, because like you also mentioned, Leif, these riders would just simply hit the scouts. So the only real movement for his naval was towards the south there. And he just wasn't able to capitalize on that in time.
He was not. He was not.
Brock's got his giants, and yeah.
And that was it. That's all she wrote. Well, like I said, there concludes our final semi-final. We now have Crocs versus Mythic. Can Mythic dethrone the king to take his tribe potentially all the way to Stockholm? We'll find out just after this very short break with the grand final. Goodbye.
Okay, we have to talk about it. He claims his crown like flames swimming board.
Welcome back to the finals to decide who is going to be representing the VENGIR tribe, potentially going all the way to the grand finals live in front of a live audience in Stockholm. It's either going to be Cross the School or Mythic, two players that we've seen play a fantastic game. What are your thoughts? Who's taking it? You know what, I just want a name. Yeah. I don't want analysis, I want a name.
No analysis? No, analysis?
No.
If we're putting bets on this, money on this. It's a tough one. Both players are so good. You know, they know how to play VENGIR. We've seen them now live in action. Both Crocs and Mythic are just general great players.
Yeah.
I think if I actually had to say one name, since you're so adamant and I would probably go with Mythic here.
Interesting. Okay, I was gonna go for Crocs.
I think Crocs definitely has proven himself before, but I'm really impressed by Mythic. Some of his plays have been very well played, particularly the one where he did the beautiful push with the swordsman the giant earlier on. Plays like that. Once you see that in a live game, it shows that you're able to think very fast. Now, I'm not saying that Crocs is by no means, a lot below Mythic, but they're very equal. So I think this is really going to come down to, first of all, spawn and how well they're able to expand, as well as technology early game, right? So are they able to then capitalize on some good forge spots? Are they able to capitalize on good technology?
These are great questions that we're going to find out right now. The grand final begins. A best of 3 begins. Take it away.
All right. So, southern side. Ooh. Interesting spawn here for... Yeah, it was a little zesty, wasn't it? Crocs School has a very... I would say challenging spawn. I mean, he's hugging the lake literally, whereas Mythic is right by the border there. He's going to be close to that lighthouse. But a nice opener here by Crocs though. Gets the village, finds a rune here, so hopefully that can really push the tides towards his side here. But 3 villages. Mythic has some great mining spots. I can't say the same for Crocs. It's a little bit awkward there. He's only going to get 1, whereas if you look at Mythic here, he's going to be able to do a mine on that side for Gorbu and Inch. He goes for the Explorer, sends him back. Oh, okay.
Well, you now know there's a mountain there.
Yeah. So he can move towards there with his warrior. Meets Crocs to School. Okay. This is interesting. Both players are now very close to each other. You got 3 villages compared to the 2. Better mining spots and forge spots for Mythic right here. So he's going to be a little bit better off in terms of economy early game. The question now is whether or not Mythic actually decides to go for a offensive play here. And this is actually similar to what I wanted to mention earlier, where, when you're playing a game like this, you could go for like a, what's it called? Fake attack, where you kind of force your opponent to defend, where then you essentially just move in the opposite direction and actually focus on economy. So you just threaten with 2 swordsmen. This is good actually for Crocs here. He finds that 3rd village. He really needs that. But going back to this, everyone, like if you see this rune right here, he can very easily step on that without being contested. Crocs decided not to engage, which is probably the correct move here, but Mythic wants to get some vision. He sees what's going on. And this is useful for him, so he finds another village there. What he could do is try and chase... No, he's gonna go for the village. I'd say that's the safer bet. But
now, he does not have nearly as much vision on sort of the surrounding areas here, so he's going to have to catch up in that regard, else be at an information disadvantage, which, as we've seen, can be quite devastating.
And that actually does make sense, considering the fact that Crocs' school, like I mentioned earlier, he doesn't have the same great mining positions and spots that Mythic has, so he definitely had to go for the workshops here. I think he realized that. you look at this, he's got some great forges here. What can he do now? Well, he could actually move into riding roads, considering that they're so close, and then he could move into a market. And he could easily go for 2, 4, well, nah, it's not going to give that, well, it's going to give a little bit. It's going to give him a little bit of economy. That might be an angle that we can see. But again, the biggest mistake here is trying to force an attack too soon by buying too many swordsmen. You know, once you start going into your second, third, and even fourth, that's where your economy starts to struggle.
Whose shoes would you rather be in? I ask it every time. I have to ask it again.
Yes, I know. Good question.
Sorry, you sounded really annoyed by that. I apologize.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. It's actually a good question because it gives an estimate of how well the players are doing. I hope I didn't come across like that.
No, it's fine. Well, look, it's fine. We'll talk afterwards. My people will talk to your people.
Yeah. Well, I'll send my assistant to give some feedback. But no, honestly, it's still very, very tight. I mean, I probably want to be mythic here in this spot, just because of the fact that he has, better spots in terms of the forges. But again, he is a little bit. It's a little bit awkward though.
It is a very awkward map. That's the best way to describe it, isn't it? It's a little bit strange. Like, you've got the barriers on the other side of... Usually there's something in between each player, not open plains. I think this one's going to be over sooner rather than later if we do see a push from one. But we do see from VENGIR generally a slower pace of game, a more considered pace of game. Frankly, a lot more even games than we've seen in previous weeks. The Kickoo tribe particularly was very, very momentum heavy, right? It was very... it was pretty obvious, should we say. This one, it's a lot trickier to call. I mean, Crocs does have a lot of land to explore, right? There's more villages out there. Can he get to them in time is the thing. Because like you say, Mythic does have a better initial starting position, but long term, you can imagine that Crocs is in a better place. And obviously, he's already got control of the water. How much that's going to matter to him with all the cities being inland, I don't know. But he could probably help with defense, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider the fact that, Mythic is also at the same time kind of like locked into this little center of the map here, whereas at Crocs now, they're both up to 4 villages. And on top of that, Mythic has to push. He knows he has to push because Crocs literally has a line of villages that is just blocking him from expanding. The only way Mythic can go here is, without actually forcing a fight, is towards the northeast of the map there, towards that lighthouse, where that mountain is with the mine. But I'm not sure if he's going to get there in time because Crocs got fishing now, or he's most likely going to move towards fishing now. He did get it right. So he can easily just, expand so much faster, like you just mentioned. So the play for Mythic here is to giant push and try and force Crocs to focus more on defense, and he needs one of these villages fast. So I actually changed my I'd want to change the shoes who I'm in right now. I'd probably want to be Crocs.
You're switching.
Yeah.
A man of few scruples or convictions, clearly.
It's a little pivot here.
But again, it's a look. Let's just say it's an awkward one to cast because like the maps are usually follow not like a formula, but there are certain things that we look for that are pretty obvious. But this is not one of them. Okay, right. I think Crocs is. I think Mythic had to go for an early push there. I really do, just to get Mythic thinking. Sort of shades of Crocs versus Reese in that first failed game. I think that would have been quite a good play there.
Yeah, and also consider the fact that his capital borders the lake, and every other city that he currently has also borders the lake. It means that he's going to get great momentum from the. He doesn't really need roads to connect those villages. So if he could probably get a very fast, not necessarily fast, but an easier monument for connecting his cities. And you can see that Mythic, his only option here really is to try and pressure as much as possible, but Crocs, with the VENGIR tribe obviously starting with these swordsmen, he can just hold them off. Like these riders are no match for continuous spam of swordsmen.
Absolutely.
What Crocs needs to do here, expand, connect ports, get a giant, and then try and hold off as much as possible.
The longer it goes, the better it is for him. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for him to do something.
There we go. So he goes for the riders here. He wants to keep pressuring. Like he knows that, yeah, I can probably go for economy. I can probably go for technology that is going to give me more stars. But he also knows that Crocs is just going to be able to expand. He sees the port. He sees that he's currently expanding towards the rest of the map. So if he doesn't apply pressure here, the advantage is just
it's
going to be
game
too
over.
big.
Again, we say it time and time again. You cannot allow your opponent to slowly get ahead. If you do that, you're 100% going to lose. So you take a slim chance of winning into an absolute loss. Like you say, you have to think that Crocs is going to play on the defensive a little bit, pick up a couple more kills, because again, it is easier to trade when you're sort of in control of your surrounding area and don't have to push the action. You can set up your defenses and go from there. Plus, that mountain in the east, stopping Mythic from simply going around the lake, stops everything. So we'll have to, again, Mythic needs to push here. Let's see what they can do.
I mean, he has 3-4 cities right now, and if he is not able to either get a giant very fast, that will force Crocs to respond, then he's going to be looking in a very tricky situation here. The only thing that he could potentially do here is maybe go for... He needs a border growth. He needs to go more forestry here if he wants to do that. Riding is not going to get it. He's far away from kills. He still needs 8 kills for that monument. He's not going to get Grand Bazaar. Not going to get Eye of God anytime soon. Keeps pushing, keeps applying pressure here. So what Mythic is probably hoping for, with his current vision, he's most likely looking for a snipe towards one of these cities. So this is looking like if Crocs makes a mistake, which to be fair is a little bit unlikely, because he could just train some cheap warriors. But if he doesn't do that, and he gets a snipe towards one of these villages, he's got 2 swordsmen there. So, what's the city called? Rezichta?
Yeah, perfect pronunciation there.
Thank you. That one right there is definitely under threat, so Crocs has to be able to defend here, and that was the worry, right? I mean, Mythic only had one option, to be very aggressive here. Truly. It's going to be interesting to see how Crocs responds to this. He's going to want to damage these as much as possible. There we go.
Look at the difference in turn timer as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of people in chat say, "Nah, I'd win." Well, you can prove it. The IMO qualifiers, it's going to take place next week. All the other 12 base tribes in total are going to have a representative. We have our Yadak representative, our Kickoo representative. Today we will decide who is going to be the VENGIR representative. But that doesn't mean that you can't be one of the few that could go to Stockholm to represent your tribe. So if you think you could do better, if you're in chat and you think, maybe it could be me, why not prove it?
Yeah. Still have Aimo, Quetzali, Zabasi, Luxidor, Cincy, Hudrik, every other tribe except for these 3, so
Yeah, it's a little late to jump into the VENGIR one. Sorry, if you thought halfway through a final you could pop in. Right, back against the wall. Back against the wall. Let's see what Mythic does.
15 stars. I think, yeah. So he's gonna siege that now. That was the thing that. There we go. We can siege that, and can he move towards that village? He sniped it. He actually did it. I'm not sure if he can. That forest might be in the way.
You think?
1 second.
You can just.
Yeah, I think he can step on that village. I mean, a rider has 2. But I think that forest might...
Roads? I think he's gonna go for it.
Let's see here. How does he play this? Oh, he's gonna try and secure it. He wants to kill that guy. This is very well played by Mythic here. If he's able to siege that one village, yeah, there we go.
Nice.
See, this is what I was thinking. Like, if Mythic is able to somehow snipe those villages, and you know, Crocs doesn't have a response to that.
Excellent. Good stuff.
Yeah, that is beautiful play right there. That is absolutely beautiful. I mean, the fact that he decided to, you know what, I have only one option, is to be aggressive. I know Crocs is going to try and want to expand. Crocs did expand. Crocs cannot defend any of these.
Yep.
And remember, this is his capital.
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
hang on.
He's able to.
Hang on.
Yeah, he's able to. Okay. Oh.
Oh, look at that.
That was incredibly lucky. Holy moly.
I don't know, was it lucky? I think that might have just been pure skill.
Well, consider the fact that he got capital growth from that rune.
You're very right.
If it weren't for that capital growth, he'd still need one more.
Oh, phenomenal.
He'd still need one more upgrade, right? Because look at that, he's 2 up. So, you got the first giant there, and that's going to be a huge crush for Mythic. I think Mythic was really hoping he'd get this here. And remember, that is his capital.
He would have won. He would have won. I mean...
Yeah.
What happens now is the question. This is... Huh.
Look at that pressure. This is really great pressure by Mythic. At the same time, though, Crocs was able to fend off that siege, which is huge for him. He really needed that. Now, again, looking at this right now, if Crocs is still able to expand like he is, and you know, you can see him, he's gonna secure that village right there. He needs to be able to unsiege that, but the only way is 12, 13 stars? I don't think he has enough. He doesn't. He can't go anything here.
Yeah.
He can't go for scouts.
I
do want to knock that off.
I want to point out
He doesn't have enough for roads.
In chat, there is a rumor going around that the commentators are required by a contract to not mention RNG. We're not. But Mythic RNG wins. There we go. I mean...
All right.
There it is. Mythic RNG wins. I'm correct in saying that, right? We've had some issues with that in the past.
I mean, I think Mythic won. I mean, I know that we've had the bug, but...
It said Mythic RNG wins. I want to make sure I'm not insane, because we've had it a couple of times. But I'm fairly certain Mythic does take this one. Right? You know, and whilst we wait, like I said, one thing I want to point out.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Mythic wins. And the amazing thing is, chat was, again, saying that we're not allowed to, by contract, talk about RNG for some reason. Sure. And on top of that, it was a very interesting, split in the audience as to who was going to win. So, there we go. Mythic, game 1. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think Mythic played incredibly well. Like he, you know, because you had 2 alternatives here. The first was obviously to bunker down, go for markets, go for sawmills, try and build up your economy. But when you do that, the consequences, of course, Crocs is just going to expand. He's going to go to this village, to this village, to this village. He's going to become so strong that Mythic is not going to be able to retaliate in a good way. And then, of course, what Crocs could do late game, had this gone on, had Mythic gone for the first option, which is, of course, to build up his economy, Crocs could have just built some bombers in the back and just forever make sure that his cities would have never been sieged, right? Bomber, scout. He'd have complete control. So I think that was a great play by Mythic. He did very well. Crocs, of course, you know, I don't know about the RNG stuff. Like,
you can say it. Look, hey, don't worry. Contractually, we're allowed to talk about it. Look, it does play a factor in the game, but at the end of the day, skill does obviously play a large part, as does the RNG. In this case, Mythic does go 1-0, and it's now up to Crocs to see if he can go for a reverse sweep. Remember, we've only had one time that someone has been able to go 2-0 and block a reverse sweep. You know, so frankly, it's an interesting sort of one. Can Mythic continue this run of form? And if he does, well, then we have ourselves another tribe champion, another new tribe champion. So far, no one has been able to defend their crown. Every single king has had his time.
Yeah.
Will Crocs be the latest to fall? I don't know.
Do you think this is going to go to 2-1, or is this going to be a sweep now? What do you think?
I think 2-1. I just don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be 2-0. I really don't think it's going to be 2-0. You know, I don't know. I just have this feeling. But we'll see if I'm proven correct as we go into round 2. Will this be the final one for the VENGIR tribe, or will we go to a third? Let's find out.
All right, let's go. So who's starting here? Mythic is in the north here, moves towards the east here. Okay, so both players are starting on similar sides, but one forge here. Mythic doesn't really have a lot of forge spots so far. Okay, gets access to the another village with access to the lake here, but again, it doesn't have anything immediate to level up that next village. So this is a little bit like tricky for Mythic right now. Whereas if you look at Crocs, he's got some good mining spots around him, which might lead into some good forges. Okay, so that is, yeah, they're very close now. Very close, okay. But again, look at that strait. It's so narrow, right? Crocs is... He's gonna go... Yeah, there we go. They meet.
Hello.
Hello indeed. Not gonna be able to do anything about that. I think if I'm Crocs here, I just ignore that.
Yeah. There's a lot of thinking going on in these earlier ones. Perhaps faster than slower than we previously seen. Usually it's a little bit swifter than this, but does take the second city. Like I say, he's just gonna ignore the fact that he's met a hostile opponent. We'll find out. Both, I think, are gonna be looking to explore a little bit here.
And this is you know, right now when both players have met each other, you know, you look at the state of this map, especially for Mythic here, who doesn't really have that many mines to kind of work with. He only has one mine per village. He doesn't even have the one in his third village there, which is a little bit unfortunate. And remember, VENGIR, when it comes to his biome, you look at, he has a forest. He needs to go for hunting before he can get access to forestry, right? So how he plays this is going to be very interesting to watch. The opener really says a lot. Yeah, it goes for that. Gets an explorer here just to make sure that he gets information. And this is gonna help with decision making. Finds a lighthouse, which is good for him. Sees that there's a ruin there. He can easily get access to that. But I'd probably rush that village if I were him. I'd probably skip the ruin. Simultaneously, you have Crocs to school going in the opposite direction.
He's playing very fast, playing very, very fast. I mean, even at this early stages, look at the difference, you know?
240, yeah. Yeah, Mythic is taking a little bit long to think here. I'm not sure.
He kind of
he's
has more
contemplating-
options. He has more information, so he does have more options.
Yeah, he finds that village. So at this stage, right, even if he does do a rapid expansion and secures the village down there, he needs to really move either towards, he needs to move towards forestry, I would say. That is his safest bet in terms of leveling up his cities. Forestry and then maybe riding roads is the angle for him here, considering the fact that he does have a lot of forest around him. And there are some... It's not really clear port connection with that southern city either. So no explorer here from Crocs, which is interesting, and he plays incredibly fast again, like you mentioned.
Again, he's doing his thinking on Mythic's time, and I really like this strategy, which we haven't really seen much from. Obviously, it's a tacit strategy that happens if it happens, but at the same time, if you're able to constantly force your opponent to burn their timer, I mean, we saw with Reese, just didn't have enough time at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I
was
think
one of the challenges.
Yeah, I don't know if that is a conscious decision on the part of Crocs, but again, it compounds. You know, the longer you have to think, the quicker you can take your turns, the more that your opponent has to waste their time. Let's see what he does here.
He gets a nice upgrade here. He can go for look at that. He can go for another upgrade in his capital. He's gonna have a little bit of an economy boost here. 13 stars currently per turn to 8. This is really where Mythic needs to get something good from that rune there. But you know, when I look at this map right now, I'm actually Fox got the better opener. However, if Mythic is able to secure that village down towards the south there, he might be in a better position. Yeah, hunting forestry. As predicted.
I'm enjoying how much you're thinking about this. It's always fun when you slow down your commentary because you're like, huh, what can he do? I mean, again, it does go to show that Mythic is kind of right to take this much time and explains it as well.
Yeah, and I think what he's doing right now is considering his market placements, right? Because he knows that mining and forge are not going to really give a huge payoff here. So how am I going to do this? It's interesting, though, that he's taking his own time because he currently has 5 stars. So I'm curious to see what he's going to do. Is he going to go for another warrior, perhaps? Is he, you know, why is he chopping now on his turn when he could do that next turn? Okay, no, yeah, he wanted to upgrade that one. Fair enough. Passes on here. Now Crocs has... Oh, unlucky. That is actually very unlucky with the fact that he didn't have climbing yet. But he does discover the lighthouse and he sees the village. Now this is going to be interesting because next turn he's actually going to get vision on Mythic here. He's going to move in with his swordsman. Now obviously swordsman towards a warrior, there is no match. So it's going to give Crocs some time to prepare, but does Mythic take the... Ah, he does. Okay. That's actually an early giant here.
Feels a lot more cagey than the last sort of couple of games that we've seen from VENGIR. They've all been a little bit more combative, but there we go, there's the giant.
Gets the first giant indeed, and now what he can do is be a little bit aggressive with that. So he can definitely force an attack and really make Crocs divert his attention towards that giant. So you know, the spot that Mythic is in right now, I mean, Mythic does also have some progress here with the fact that he's discovered 2 villages and he's stepping on one, although he won't be able to keep that. Because next turn you're going to see that Mythic RNG is going to go in with a swordsman, hit the warrior, and then siege that village. And okay, goes for riding roads.
There you go.
He's now realizing that he can go for the Grand Bazaar. So my prediction as to why he goes for this is because he wants to focus on the Grand Bazaar. He sees that he's going to be able to capture an additional 3 cities. The only thing, ladies and gents, that he's not taking into consideration is that there is that huge swordsman that is just going to knock this warrior off. That might be a little bit of a threat.
Mathematics as well is taken. Here we go.
Goes for the maths. Now we're going to be able to see Mythic truly going for a, you know, a big economy here. So he's going to be able to get those sawmills, get a bunch of upgrades. Okay, so he's really considering his market spots here. Look at that.
It depends. Okay, yeah, he does move in the east. He's not going to be happy with that that village being in the hands of Crocs. I don't know that there's much Crocs can do about it.
I mean, Mythic is currently leading with the cities, so he's definitely got the advantage here now for a couple of turns. And look at the score, 1,500 point difference.
This early as well.
In the points. And, you know, he's getting huge upgrades here for his villages. Yeah, he can probably siege that, sure, but it's not going to do much. And Crocs is currently restricted. So he goes for trade here. Makes sense. He does need to kind of chop that one tree, which is in his capital. A little bit awkward positioning there. Otherwise, he could go for a simple 6 points per turn.
He's so fast, isn't he? He's so fast, this Crocs. Look at now the difference. He could take 4. He could take 4 times as long as Mythic, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Mythic, again, I did say it might be a problem, but he is, you know, he is keeping to it.
Well, the thing now is Mythic sees that he has a swordsman, so that village is going to be contested. Mm-hmm. But again, Crocs needs to make a decision because he also sees that the giant is moving in there, and with the well, actually, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Does he see the giant?
I don't think he does. Actually, I'll take that back. I'm not
He's
sure.
Just going to be something out of blue. That's going to be really bad if he doesn't. I mean, he'll be able to mount some sort of defense, but obviously it does sort of matter. Let's see.
Again, it's going to divert attention from the southern village there, and that's going to be a big village for Mythic if he captures that. But yeah, you can see that Mythic is now going towards markets as well. So he just got riding roads.
Put the timer to 1 second left. He has to pick it up. He really has to. Now that new village is going to give him a little bit more on the timing side of things.
All right.
Leveled up until the city count.
He wants to go for forestry next, so he can remove that one little...
there you go, immediately.
That one little tree, a forest there.
All right, Mythic, make your choice. Make your choice. This could make or break your game. There you go, little city in the west. He's only got a minute. He's got such little time. Now, talk to me about that city in the east. What do you think of it? The little village.
Yeah, that little village up there is in the west or the east?
The east.
South, right?
No, the what? The east, the far right.
Yeah,
that little village.
Right,
what do you think is going to happen there? Do you think it's going to be an easy Mythic take? Do you think it's going to go back and forth?
Well, I think Crocs is now seeing that he has a giant there. So first of all, that's going to be a lot of pressure.
He might take more than 3 seconds to make a turn.
Yeah, what Mythic can do now is simply do if Crocs doesn't build defense now, then Mythic could simply do a roads. He could road into 1 or 2 villages, which is going to apply a lot of pressure and divert a lot of attention away from that eastern village there. So, you know, from this position right now, Crocs is a difficult decision to make. If I were him, I would go for another swordsman. And or 2 riders, but I would. You have to deal with this giant. It's not gonna slow down. So,
well, that's the problem he's facing. That's why he's taking so long to think. It's not There's no sort of clear and easy answer here for him. All right, some roads. Fair enough.
Yeah, wants to deal with that. They decided to secure that village. Now, by weakening that swordsman can't really unsiege. Even if I think that warrior could probably reach. I'm not sure if that's enough, actually.
How much damage does the warrior do in that case? I'm trying to run the maths in my head. It's constant.
So both players now got trade. We're gonna see Mythic's income go very high here. So
it's gonna be on Crocs to do something.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, oh, that's a lot of stars.
7,
the giant pushes
10.
forwards.
Yeah, that's a lot of stars going on here. I'm surprised he didn't. Well, he couldn't have. He wanted the extra stars. Here's the interesting thing. Like, Mythic could have probably put a roads there, and he could have walked that giant a little bit further in.
Yeah, finds another village. And it's going to be an interesting one in the west.
Yeah, I mean, this game is not decided yet, I would say.
No, not at all.
Far from it. This can either go both ways. Because now, look at that. Crocs gets his own giant. Gets a nice explorer here, which is going to help him.
Yeah, that's some great information. Look at that. Doesn't quite get... Oh, no, doesn't get the last.
Yeah, the only unlucky thing is he didn't have climbing. So he wasn't quite able to really capitalize on that explorer. Because if he had climbing, then the explorer would have moved a little bit differently and most likely would have gotten that lighthouse. Not necessarily, but most likely. 2 giants, okay. Mythic realizes that even if I would have gone in with that giant, it wouldn't have done too much.
Alright, let's see.
Interesting explorer here.
Very interesting. Does get the northern one.
Yeah, he really wants that. Okay, so that's actually good though. The fact that he got that. But without climbing, without any water.
Hello. Another giant.
Okay. 3 giants here. And just like that, it's very even.
Yeah.
All of a sudden. Both of them have markets. Mythic is most likely going to get a lighthouse here. He has climbing. He could go for an explorer in that western city there. And what he could do is
Is he gonna... He's poked him. I wasn't expecting that.
Poked him. But can he kill him?
Right, yeah, retreats the giant there. Fishing, okay.
Fishing. Alright.
Here it gets in the west.
So we'll see a cool explorer here on Pinaxas. Get some connection. He wants to go for Grand Bazaar here, most likely.
There you go. Little giant out there. It's... Ooh.
Mythic is leading with the stars as of now. Another giant.
Now leading the giant count as well. Definitely leading with the stars. I don't think that's an advantage that he'll want to surrender anytime soon. Probably, in my opinion, he probably should put the screws to him. There we go, Explorer.
Can it discover the lighthouse?
Oh, it does.
Yes, it can. Gets the Eye of God. That's going to be nice for him.
It's going to be very nice. And he also now knows that there's villages, one just to the south of him, one to the east of him as well, owned by his opponent. What does he do with that information? And frankly, does he have enough time to factor that in?
Well, I mean, the thing right now, Mythic is leading in terms of stars. So if he's playing this correctly, he should probably go for a little bit of water presence, just slowly build that up, just in case you see Prox's School get on the ocean, because Prox's School most likely is going to secure that village there that he's just about to step on with his warrior, giving him 2 villages, if not 3, I think, that has water access. So
there you go. He's off.
yeah, what Mythic wants to do here is build a little bit of water presence just to make sure that he can hold off should Prox also move on the water.
Interestingly, he's not going to know that Mythic is up there in that western corner. For all he knows, Mythic has no connection there or hasn't been able to make it quite there. He just doesn't quite know. He'll find out pretty quick if he does go for that Explorer, obviously, but that is going to be something factoring. He doesn't know that he should probably start getting a presence on the water himself. Okay, where are these giants going? What are you doing, Crocs? Again, he's bought himself a lot of time to think. He really has. I'm surprised that there wasn't more pressure in the east from Mythic. I would have expected him to sort of fight a little more for that eastern front. He's actually really thin on the ground. I mean, there's a catapult now. Is that a catapult? Sorry, did I just make that up in my head?
It is a catapult, yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. I can't see it anymore. Why can't I see it? My vision is blurring.
It's in the top.
There we go. Yes, thank you. I lost it for a second. All right, there we go.
Okay, he's not going to be able to knock it off, but he's definitely going to be able to weaken that. And the thing is, right, Mythic went for more economy.
I don't know about not being able to knock it off. I don't know about not being able to knock him off.
Holy.
Lovely. Well done. When you got the stars, might as well spend them.
That is why that early economy boost can make a difference, because he had the money to go into, buy that extra technology. And if you look at both of these players right now, Prox's school spent a little bit more economy dealing with securing that southern city in the east. Whereas Mythic, like you just said, you were surprised he didn't invest too much in trying to secure that. Instead, he spent that money in those stars to level up, go for markets, get his economy really far ahead here. He's 20 stars up. 20 stars is a lot by turn 10, turn 13, turn 14. So this is a mid-game now, and the goal right now is just to really establish dominance so you can go in for a winning move. Or essentially just create too big of a disparity so that the opponent feels a little bit like, don't think I can win this.
Sometimes that's enough.
Yeah. Prox's school here, though. Like you said, a lot of time to think. I'm surprised he still hasn't gone for climbing. Because he can step on that. There's most likely going to be... is it? No, I don't think it is. There is not going to be a village there, is there? I was going to say there might be a village down there all the way towards the south, but then again, even if he goes for climbing there, he still needs to secure that one village so that he can go for an explorer, so that he then can discover the lighthouse. Without that one village, he's not going to be able to get Eye of the God here. And he's going to be one monument down towards compared to Mythic.
And again, he's trying to claw back some of that income.
Yep.
Another giant. 4 giants in the center? Four giants. And he's almost... I mean, Mythics was daring Crocs to come forward onto that city. They're really not a fan of proper names. I can see why everyone starts to hate the VENGIR. Right. Now, what do you think Mythic needs to achieve on his turn?
Well, I think he needs to either move in with his Juggernaut to try and siege that Midas tech, while also leveling up his villages. So it's a combination here. He's probably going to do like a 50-50 where he's going to move and maybe invest some more units, both in the water. Also probably more catapults here, because he can see his giants. He can see that he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 giants, and he's got the catapults there. So it's going to be a combination of maybe expanding your units. Oh, a little connection to server here. We're back. Oof.
I think we're all good.
Mini heart attack there.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, definitely try and push towards Narstech here if I were him, because his giant could probably just apply some pressure. If he moves right next to it, and pops that one guy, you know, the only thing that Crocs can do is maybe hit him with a rider. He won't be able to hit him with a catapult if he moves it, because that's 1, 2, 3, yeah, just not enough. And then I'd probably also want to figure out a plan to secure that city all the way on the west there, because Mythic probably knows, or he knows, that Crocs hasn't discovered the lighthouse. You can see. It's an easy way to tell if someone discovered the lighthouse is just to look at the thing. Is there 1 or 2? It's currently 1, so he knows that if he gets that, that's an easy explorer for. But it looks like there is a level of lag here. We saw a connection thingy here.
Oh, look, people will be working behind the scenes, so we could just chat about Polytopia.
Yeah.
What do you do for your Crocs then?
Yeah. Well, if you're Crocs here, I'd definitely try and secure that western village as well. So, you know, he already has 4 giants very much centered around that very narrow space. Mythic does have 2 giants lined up. Catapult in the back. He's got swordsman there. What I would do is I would try and make sure that I can defend as much as possible on, you know, not allow Mythic to engage too much. If I'm Crocs, I'd also try and secure the west and gain a little bit of naval dominance here. I mean, I see he's got a Juggernaut there. I know he's going to advance. So I would probably want to move a Juggernaut of myself and also try and deal with those scouts, because those are going to be annoying. Now, I don't see... I mean, if it weren't for that one little mine right next to Nars... How do I pronounce that? Nars... Then you could have
No, give that... Sorry, give that another go.
Nars...
No, and what about the one east of it? Start with an R.
Start with an R? Narstech?
Okay, I want to confirm, by the way. The players are still playing, okay? The players are still playing. So we'll cut back to us. The players are still playing. The game is currently ongoing, to be clear, okay? We're having connection issues from the spectator side of things. So for right now, the players are playing. We're just going to see if we can rejoin. We might come back to something insane here. Talk to me. What is your expectation? Given the time that's gone, it's been a couple of minutes. What's your expectation? What are we going to come back to? I think we're going to come back to Crocs having some presence in the water. I think there's going to be some contention there, and I think the Giants are going to start to push up through the center. I think Mythic's going to have to deal with that push. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is very exciting. This kind of feels like the penalty shootout from last night's Champions League game, where it was just like,
bringing that up.
What's happening here? Yeah, no, I'm an Arsenal fan, so it was actually painful for me. But either way, I think what we're going to come back to here is a lot of fighting around that western village. I think both players know that it's an important village as well. Like, whoever gets that, Mythic then knows that, you know, we're going to move into
if we get back in. Here we go. All right, catch us up to speed. What have you seen? Look at that. The Giant is taking the city that you couldn't pronounce.
Yes. So the Giant definitely moved in there. The western village, again, nothing has happened there.
Only now getting fishing. Okay.
Oh, see, that is unlucky. If only Crocs had gone for the mountain before taking that, he would have easily discovered that. Either way here, he needs to... What? Oh! Yeah, he's gonna do it. This is a Houdini, ladies and gents. Witness.
Oof. Don't look away, because suddenly... Oof. Boom! The Giant has disappeared!
Poof! There we go. That is a very classic and fun interaction. I love it when these giants disappear. It's an expensive thing, you know? Losing a giant like that, full HP, no units having to trade it for that. I can get it. He did have to move a catapult in there, but it was definitely worth it.
Absolutely.
Now, from this position, you can see that the east side here is, you know, Mythic has a very strong defense. Nothing is going to go through there, but he built a bridge. So that bridge is actually very, very interesting because now he has both players really, they can move multiple units at the same time simultaneously. Oh, he also has the giant. I didn't realize that until now. But yes, look at this. Goes for a bomber. He's going to do massive damage to the Juggernaut, to the giant, and the catapult.
That's good stuff.
And what's going to happen as well, unless unless Crocs can somehow... Yeah, no, he can't. That giant can just Rhodes onto that village there. Ooh.
He's doing a little bit of damage to that Juggernaut. I mean, it's good. Every time one player does something, the one that honestly answers. Again, Mythic, I'm just concerned about the timer, but for now he does have it in hand as he starts to snipe those giants with very, very little support. It's 22 units to 14 here. How many giants? Come on, let's try and get count. Okay, that's for Mythic. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 6?
6.
5 in the east, 1 in the west. And then on Crocs, he had 7 as well. He had one of them went poof. On Crocs side of things, 2, 4, 5, yeah. Damn, a lot of giants.
Yes, there's a lot of giants here, and this is really what I was hoping to see by a Mythic here. Is, you know, a couple of rounds ago, one thing that I thought he should do is go in the ocean, which he did. And that is really now proving to be a huge payoff for him because he's going to be able to zone control that village as well as any units being made on that one Aztec village, right? So
I'll just run out of time though. Well, 1 second left. He does grab a catapult at the end there, but still. What do you make of the time? Do you think that's going to be when these... I mean, both guys have a lot of units here. Do you think it's going to become increasingly complex? He's withdrawing!
So he knows he has a bomber there. Yeah, he knows he has a bomber.
Can't contend with it. Nothing he can do.
The only thing he can hope for here is maybe get some more catapults. But even then, you look at that scout. It could move next to the 14 HP giant and 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he can do that, and he can bump that little catapult. I mean,
this might be this might be, I don't know. We'll have to see. Again, don't count out the champ, but stars are different. 26 units to 16. The kills are on the side of Mythic. What can Croc summon? He has a lot of time to think. Let's see if he uses it to come up with a strategy that could put a little dent in the plans of Mythic. Oh, we left and came back and suddenly dominant position. We should do that more often. All right, let's see what he does. Stars to split. 76 stars in total. Enjoy that.
Yeah.
Goes on the village. Nothing you can do to get rid of that. It is just nothing you can do.
He's not going to be able to secure that. 1, 2, 3. Catapult is not in range for the bomber, which is so this is a very good play by Mythic here. He's securing his units. He really needs a giant if he wants to siege Aztec. He's not going to be able to do it with any warrior nor swordsman here, and I think he knows. He might be able to just siege for the sake of sieging, so he
could be an idea. Honestly, I do like that strategy. Denying your opponent the stars is always good, especially if you're ahead. But yeah, those catapults are doing a lot of work at the back there. Look at that, whittling down the giants turn after turn. You want to see some movement over here. Again, Crocs will get whittled down slowly but surely. You know, he has to make a push. He has to make. He can't just retreat. Again, it's just too strong right now for Crocs to break through.
Yeah, and look at this movement as well. The fact that he's sending these giants towards the middle, he's sending them back. He's going to go for knights here, which is, you know, when you're playing Wenger, a very common strategy. Like, I think a lot of players, probably also viewers as well, are asking, you know, what about other strong units such as the cloak? Well, when you're playing Wenger, there is a typical meta, and that has been witnessed today, where you start with Forge, Smithery, then you move towards forestry, and the logical conclusion is that you then move into catapults as a defense. Now, when you have catapults, what works very well against catapults? Knights. So it's technology-wise, when you think about the cost, in order to get, for example, cloaks, you first have to get organization, then you have to get defenders, then you have to go for the cloaks, right? And there is no embassies action here. But both players are going for knights here. They know what's up. They know.
They know where the threat is. The threat are those catapults. Neither player can advance beyond the lines of battle at the moment because tons of rock come collapsing onto their heads. So they do need something to level that sort of playing field. And it does look like knights are going to be that play. I don't know if they'll be able to do it, but here we go. Massive star difference, but again, it depends how he's going to use those stars. There you go, yeah. Scouts. He's on the water, so presumably he's going to take the village in the west.
Oh, hello. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Knight. Boom. Boom.
Excellent.
Boom.
Go on, do
Another
it.
one.
Do it.
Holy. Kills 2 giants, 3 catapults, gets the siege. This is over. This is, I don't like to pronounce this stuff.
Phenomenal. It's so good.
Over.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, what a play.
Mythic takes the win here. Secures at Western Village. Crocs is in a very tricky position here.
Another giant. Come on. How much power does one man need? That's satisfying. Bridge down, straight through with the knight. It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah.
That's what we've been hoping for this entire time. We've seen players try and pull it off. We haven't seen anyone successfully do it, and that will most likely cement Mythic as the VENGIR champion, it would appear. Again, what can Crocs do? We could unplug his opponent's internet. You could try doing that. And frankly, at this point, it might be an idea.
The only thing he can do here really is you know, try and position his catapults, you know, a little bit differently.
That knight's coming in. I just think they're all strung together for a reason. That's to create a kill zone. But as we saw, that knight went again and again and again. Fantastic. I mean, how many kills was that in one turn?
Yeah, that
6?
was I think at least 6. Yeah.
Right. Rox, what do you do?
So, Rox, 7 minutes.
He's 7 minutes. He can. Technically, he could run down the clock. Is what he could do.
So, yeah, he's not going to be able to kill the other giant there. Like, if he had a way of dealing with that 25 HP giant, that would be very nice. Because then he could have gone for a siege at Gorixas. But
hello.
He's going to be able to do some damage in return here.
There it is.
And Fox
there
resigns.
it
there
is.
We go.
Mythic RNG wins.
Sweep.
Another king tumbles from his throne. Crocs goes down. Mythic with a 2-0. And we have our VENGIR champion. What do you think of that game?
That was a very good game, man. That was a really good game. It was close. And then all of a sudden you see Mythic kind of going for the markets. Well, not kind of. He did. He went for the markets. Whereas Crocs really focused that early push towards that Eastern Village, right? Where he kind of allocated a couple more resources into that. But Mythic didn't do that. He was like, no, I don't care about it. I'm just going to not invest in warriors and swordsmen. I'm going to invest that money into economy. I'm going to build up that economy and advance in the other direction. That's what he did. He got ocean access, which really turned the tides of the game. You saw that the power of that bomber. You saw the power of that scouts secured that western village. Very good game. And I'm actually happy because I predicted that Mythic was going to win there. So I feel like as a, you know, really,
you can have the hat, but I'll bet for it next time. All right, I'll bet for it next time. There you have it, chaps. Yes, I do still owe you a plant. Look, there'll be more. Let's take a quick look at the bracket to see how the journey went. Of course, remember Mythic defeating Contagious Cookie, going to the final. Crocs able to beat Reese Harms in that best of one, but it wasn't enough to defeat the challenger. That was Mythic RNG. played a great game. Very, very few flaws in his plan. And well, very few holes in his game as well. But I think that is, I mean, well, we have our champion. Next week, we are going to be looking at the IMO tribe. Now, the champion for that was Yeti Peaks. Give us a really, really brief overview of this tribe.
Well, IMO is, you know, it says here in the caption, IMO prefers to keep to themselves, right? And that's because they start with philosophy. Philosophy, you know, after the patch late 2025, I think it was, you can now research backwards as well. So you have, it's easier to get a hold of meditation, which really focuses on getting that early altar of peace monument. And from there, you know, the direction really depends on the biomes, or what kind of resources spawn. Typically you have forestry, hunting as well. Maybe you'll have a little bit of organization. So this can really be, I mean, it can go in either direction, in all honesty. Now, of course, like every other tribe, they don't like the VENGIR, which is funny, but another thing that I want to point out is with IMO, it's going to be a lot less likely in these very high-level pro gameplays, but we're going to have mindbenders, right? And you know what mindbenders can do? They can convert and steal giants. So maybe we'll get some fun action with some mindbender steals. I'm actually hoping for that, so I'll be watching the stream and hoping that happens. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who ends up on top there.
Absolutely. Now, let's not forget, Yeti Peaks was the IMO champion last year. Let's see if he can defend his throne, because so far we've had all new representatives each week for the tribes. Of course, we're going to see how that goes next week. You could be the one to dethrone him. You can sign up here today, as well as any other tribes that have not yet been featured. But we have our VENGIR King crowned. So that is everything for us here today. We'll see you next week with some more fantastic Polytopia gameplay. Goodbye.